Hey, how's it going, everyone? Just back again with another live stream. This one is a follow-up to the debate that I was just on. I'm not sure if you could call it a debate, but I was just on with Sicarii and Hassad, and went pretty much exactly the way that I expected. I knew that they would probably start quizzing me on things, and stuff, and it's kind of the same tactic, and all that kind of stuff. And so it's not a big shocker. They have to protect their doctrine about the microchip. And so they need to sound credible about something else, and then, they went into, the beast and all that. But to me, those verses are not really that important, because we know that there's a one world government in place because of the flat earth and the financial system, and the narrative that's going on now is basically just icing on the cake. But I put the link in the chat if anybody wants to join. I would just say, just let me know who you are. If you're not, somewhat regular on this channel or whatever, I'm not familiar with you, just and keep your video off. I just don't want, unless you're showing something, relevant. But, you can feel free to join or whatever. I didn't really have a topic set, but it's, for me, those kind of things are more just the main question I actually wanted to join was not actually about the mark of the beast. It was about the two witnesses. I wanted to know from him who has more reach, because the last time we talked in November, that was the first time I mentioned to him about what I was told about the two witnesses and other things. And he said that he knows of other people who believe that the two witnesses are Moses and Elijah. And so the real reason I actually wanted to talk to him was about that. If he's heard of anybody else who teaches that the two witnesses are in Acts 1:10-11. And he said no, and then he just assumed that I got it from some random place or whatever. And that's why I joined. The topic of the mark of the beast to me is so obvious. There's no reason to discuss it. It's absurdly obvious. And his defense of the microchip in the last video was so bad that, I knew that that's his role, is to push that. Okay. So there didn't really expect to get anything from it, but, you never know. We got ETT here. What's up, man?
I'm surviving, man. Anyway, I was watching the debate live, man. Hey, look, I would say that you actually did a very good job, man. Okay. I'll say this. They did throw a couple good punches at you, but I will say at the end of the day, you did throw a lot at them that they couldn't answer. And I was just trying to go on there a few minutes ago, but since they have me blocked on the comments, I can't ask for a link because
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, man, anyway, the discussion was pretty good, man.
I don't think that they even know what the seven heads and all that is. Like, they'd rhyme off a bunch of places, but that wouldn't make sense in Bible prophecy. So I'm the type who I don't go into that, because I don't know specifically what they are. I know Iran is one of them for sure, because that is necessary for Jeremiah. But I don't really think they got me on that, and I wouldn't know, and I wouldn't trust anybody else, what they say, because at this point it doesn't matter. I know one of them is Iran for sure, but so they were completely confused. They were completely confused, and stuff like that. So I don't know. I guess it's like, we'll see. We'll see what's going on.
Oh, it also,
yeah.
Hey, sorry to cut you off, man, but this guy in the chat, Joshish or something like that. Sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. I saw you put up a comment about me on Minor Guy's latest video, man. So get on this stream with us and let's handle this, man. You might be sincere with your reasoning, but you have a question. You didn't ask me your question. So you came on there and said, well, that guy's going off. And I could be wrong. But why don't you ask me your question on here so we can address it? And I believe it was about the Edomites. So come on here. Go ahead.
His name is Jewish Question, just so you know. But yeah, that's cool. He's more than welcome to join, man. He asked a lot of good questions. I didn't really answer it. So if you want to ask ETT, you got my answer. So you can ask him without a doubt. But yeah, man, dude, I got blocked, and so that's disappointing. I thought we could have had a friendship, with Sicarii and Hassad. down the road, but it looks like that's not going to be the case, man. So,
And
did
you
you get
see,
blocked?
you
Did
see
you get
what I
blocked
said?
today or last time? When were you blocked?
They won't let you on the comment board. If I put up a comment and ask a question, they'll block me because they don't like me. That's
But
just the
because of
way they do things.
but today or
But
because of your debate last time? When
well,
did they
this
do that?
this is going back a while, probably
Got
even before my debate. But anyway,
it.
hey, now you went on there with the man. You can see what I said about how in the middle of the debate, there's good points that you can bring up that you might think of after because it's so fast paced. Like a good thing you could have brought up, and you did say this, but I
Mhm.
would have went into this even more. It was about how they brought up, well, how could this whole thing be the MOB if people can go and buy and sell today? I would have said, well, wait a second, it's just in its first. It's just being introduced right now, right?
Right.
So it's not in its full form. And you did say that, right? But you guys should have talked about that a little longer because that's a good argument for the point that you were trying to make, right? So as I said, man, I would say that Mind of God gave them a spiritual KO in that debate.
But ETT,
But anyway, I'll throw it back.
the reason why I went on was actually the same question that I asked you because you guys are you have better visibility. My channel, quote unquote, lives and dies by the fact that the two witnesses are in Acts 1:10-11. If that's not true, then I'm a false prophet and I'm presenting a false Christ. And so I asked him point blank, has he heard that from anybody else? And he said no. And so that can only have come from God. Okay. So that's what my channel is going to live and die on. And then if that is true, then this has to be the mark of the beast because I'm involved in that. And then Revelation 16 is right around the corner. And notice how they did not want to talk about Revelation 16 because their mind is not open to that. And so if they continue to teach whatever the hell they're teaching, then they're going to get those sores, And so that was the main reason why I went on, actually. I knew that he's going to change his opinion on the MOTB because he's not allowed to, fundamentally. But we got
right. I see we have we have both of these guys in here. Let's let them talk for a minute.
Oh, hi, how are you?
Yo, Kyrie, what's up, dude?
Yeah, so I'm not sure if this isn't like a proof or anything, though it could be construed as such. Let me see if I can turn the camera around and not face me. Oh, I have weird looking hair right now. But anyway, so I'll just do it this way. So the word Tav, if you Google the word Tav on the word, so there's something in Israel which is called the Tav Yorok, which is the vaccine passport system, which is in English, the word is Tav. The word Tav means mark. And if you look in the book of Ezekiel where it talks about a mark that's put on the foreheads of all the men that sigh and cry for all the abominations that are done in the midst of Jerusalem, there we go. I figured it out. Back camera. There we go. Anyway, so if you do that, there we go. Cool. So Ezekiel. Yeah. So there's that word's Tav. And if you just Google the word Tav on Google, so that there's the word right there, Tav, which means mark. That means mark. If you Google that word, Tav, the first thing that comes up besides the definition of the word is Korona, which is the vaccine passport system. It's literally called the mark.
Jeez.
If you Google the word, imagine in America, if you Google the word the mark, and all that came up, I'll do it with direct object predicate.
Well, wait, sorry, Flat Earth Boxer, just to give context, you're talking about Ezekiel 9:4.
9:4 and 9:6.
Okay, so you're looking up, that's not charagma then, right?
No, this is Hebrew, not Greek.
Okay, good. So that's cool. So you're then showing us what that word means in what language?
Hebrew.
Okay, cool. Great.
Yeah, so this is
for us to understand.
Copy. So this is Ezekiel 9:4, and God said unto them, go through the midst of the city and through the midst of Jerusalem, set a mark upon the foreheads of the men that sigh and cry for all the abominations that are done in the midst thereof.
Yeah.
Here, Veomer Yahovah lo eber betoch hayir betoch Yerushalayim v'chatu v'tav al metzokot ha'anoshim ha'anakim. Anyway, it just goes on and on and on. Yeah. So it goes there. So that word's mark. Slay utterly young and old upon who does not have the mark. That word here is tav. When you Google hatav, you get the vaccine passport system. And if you Google hatav, it's all government websites, all of it for Corona. vaccine stuff.
Just call it the thing from now on, even though we know.
I'm sorry.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It really. I mean, we're not stating an opinion one way or the other. We're just talking. Yeah. But just because we know now, because you've said it, we'll just talk about the thing and the narrative. Yeah.
I'll call it the stuff.
This or the
thing or the thing. The thing is fine. Okay, yeah. The thing. All right, and then we go here. If we go to Genesis.
Well, wait, FTB, just in general, taking a step back, are you of the opinion that this is it? So metaphorically, this is it?
I mean, I feel extremely irresponsible to say it's not.
Got it. I like it.
I mean, it's kind of doesn't make any sense to say it's not. And okay, there's this idea that someone could say, well, Kyrie, what if my name's Kyrie, or FEB, what if it's not that? Then you will have tricked people into believing that, and then they'll be susceptible to. That doesn't make any to the real one when it comes out. That doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
Because anyone who would have accepted this thing that I'm saying to them now, they went, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. You think those people are going to be like, well, when a computer chip comes out, I'll take that because the thing wasn't.
Yeah, exactly.
That doesn't make any sense. So
exactly.
I don't really live with that level of like concern about that. And it says here, the beast after his kind, the word cattle there. The word vaccine comes from the Latin word vaca. Go here.
So just say the thing, but yeah, the word for the thing is cattle. No, it's fine. I don't think that. I'm sorry. I may just destroy this after we render.
This is such a very therapeutic channel to me. So I'm gonna say yeah. Okay, so the word vaca means the word vaca means cow, and the thing comes from the word etymologically.
That's why I don't understand these guys, because even if you look at the ingredients of the thing, it has pork in it. Okay? So this thing is bad on so many levels. So
you see that that word meaning is cattle or cow.
Can you zoom in and hold it for a second? Wow, what the heck? Let me look that up.
Yeah, just type in the thing etymology, and there's that. And so in Hebrew, Genesis chapter 1, verse.
Whoa, dude, can I read this? Sorry, I just did that, dude. I've never seen this before. So the origin for the thing, okay, is vaca for cow, vaccinus in Latin. Oh my gosh, dude. So the Latin is cow.
Right, vaca. And then in Hebrew, the Genesis chapter. Sorry, I'll do it in English first. Genesis chapter 1, verse 24. And God said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and the beasts of the earth after his kind. And it was so. And God made the beast and the cattle. So that word, Ve'omer Elohim poseh ka'aretz nefesh kaya la behema. Behema. You see?
Yeah, that's amazing, dude.
Okay.
I don't know how anybody could mess this up, man. Like, the thing is, is that they're seeing this as a precursor, but my point to them was that Job 9:24 is the precursor, the masks, and so they're out of phase for those engineers out there. So maybe I drove home the point. The problem is it screws up their money because those morons sell that mask, and then it messes with their money. So they're essentially the Pharisees incarnation.
Sorry to cut you off, man, but I just wanted to say, how about we let what's this brother on here? JP. Let's let him jump in for a minute because he might have something to say.
I got one more. I just want This is our Revelation 16, chapter 1, verse. Revelation chapter 16, verses 1 and 2. Yeah. This is where you have the word mark of the beast. Yeah. That word is literally tav ha behema, mark of the cattle, and this is the oldest translation of the New Testament into Hebrew, and it precedes the King James. Literally mark of the cattle, tav behema.
Huh. And dude, that also goes along with the sorceries, like the pharmakia.
Oh god, it goes even further. Bro. I got one more thing.
Yeah, no.
Revelation chapter 6. Revelation chapter 6, the first horseman, which began on December 2019 because there was a conjunction of the sun and the moon and Jupiter at the head of Saturn.
Why don't you call in with that, man? You should have joined me, man. We could have shut the whole stream down, dude.
Potentially, but I don't like talking to these people because they never have any. You know what I'm saying? They never
Yeah,
they
yeah.
never concede anything. So there's no point talking to them.
Yeah.
And I saw when the Lamb opened one of the seals, and I heard as it were the noise of thunder, and one of the four beasts saying, "Come and see." And I saw, and behold, a white horse, and he that sat on him had a bow, and a crown was given unto him, and went forth conquering and to conquer. And to be clear, the four beasts are the beasts that are mentioned in Revelation chapter 4, which correspond to the four fixed signs of the zodiac, being Leo, Taurus, Aquarius, and Scorpio, with Scorpio being represented by its decan called Aquila, which is a long story. But anyway, the word bow in Greek in the New Testament is a toxin, bow. And the word bow, it's the word toxin, the word toxin etymologically
Yeah.
pertains to arrows.
Yeah.
And archery.
That actually
And
Helmet brought out. I think that's clever. I don't believe that that's referring to the MOTB, but you know, it's all interesting, you know, for sure.
Let me jump in real quick. I would have to say that I would disagree with that statement regarding the first horse, right? Because if you read that, I would say that's actually talking about the Lord, right? Yahweh Shai, who you guys might call Jesus. The reason why is if you read that, and then when you go in Revelation, it speaks about Christ coming down, conquering and to conquer, right? So I would say that horse is actually referring to the Lord when he returns, right? He's going to have crowns and he's going to go forth to conquer the nations, right? So when you read that, it says what he went for conquering, right? So we can connect it and say, well, that's talking about the Lord there. So I would have to disagree on that, but that's cool, man. That's some good information that you brought out there.
Not good what you're saying, because it started Revelation chapter 4, and it talks about there were four beasts around the throne, and a rainbow like unto emerald, and 24 elders around the throne. Starting fundamentally, these are the four beasts talking to John. And if you don't know what the four beasts are in the first place, how are you going to know what the next beasts are in chapter 6? And what do you believe the four beasts are? The lion, the snake, it's the lion, the ox, the face of a man, and the eagle. What do you think those are?
I think those are just the way the UFOs are described, you know, and like that's their
right
to be feared kind of thing.
And it's a coincidence that they happen to be the four fixed signs of the zodiac around the throne of God.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
Because that's Leo, Taurus, Aquarius.
Yeah.
And then around the throne, there's a green rainbow, and the green rainbow is the aurora borealis.
Okay.
Hey, let me ask this guy a question real quick. Do you know that America's Babylon?
Yeah, it's very plausible. I mean, it makes what else?
What is it then if it's not?
I mean, the only argument I've ever heard that makes any sense, and I don't believe it's true, is Jerusalem. But Jerusalem's not the main importer of goods in the world. So, and America is at the very least Sodom and Egypt, because there's an eclipse that's coming across the country that is going to form an X right in the middle of the country, and where also our Lord was crucified. Well, Jesus was crucified in Jerusalem. I get that, but America, I mean, it's like this was like probably the first country founded, quote unquote, by quote unquote Christians, and despite that, you have the biggest perversion of like Christian doctrine in the world, called like evangelical. Just the whole religion, all of America is just like this weird abomination of ecumenicalism.
Yeah, agreed. Just so you know, ETT, FEB, we have history. He's joined this panel and helped in many ways. So he has brought out an excellent app or a software where it shows the stars, you know, and what images they make. And then he's shown that could very well be the fulfillment of Revelation 12, you know, a literal fulfillment in the firmament. And so just know that, you know, he's familiar, you know, with a lot of things that we teach.
Well, I've seen this brother on there with you guys before. As far as when you deal with Revelation, the 12th chapter, my standpoint on that is that already happened. I was talking about 70 AD, right? So I mean, hell, I would agree with that damn devil demon William Bell, because 70 AD's in there, right? So my standpoint on Revelation 12 is that already happened. But hey, we can agree to disagree. Now, Flat Earth Boxer, do you agree that Christ is a so-called Negro, or do you stand on the white doctrine on that?
Well, it says here in Revelation chapter 4 that he said there's one that sat on the throne, and he was to look upon as a jasper and sardine stone. And jasper and sardine stones look like this. So
Yeah, Flat Earth Boxer
So,
knows.
Sully?
He knows what's going on for sure. So
All right, let's let JP talk then, because he's been quiet the whole time.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
yeah, Jewish questions. What's
Yeah.
up, man? Dude, good to chat with you, man. I enjoy your questions and all that, man.
Oh.
You're a friend. You're a friend of the channel. Welcome, dude.
Oh, okay. So I have a lot of respect for you guys. I mean, I know, of course, TMoG much more than the other two, but I've watched Flat Earth Boxer. His content is very good too, and well, I know a little bit about ETT for from the times that he comes on to have a chat with you, and well, about those. Those things we're talking about the Edomites and the Israelites. Um, I would like to ask then that question I asked you, TMoG, to ETT. And so the question is basically, do you, ETT, do you consider all white people, like the people of Japheth even, the son of Noah, Japheth, do you consider those people, all of those people, to be Edomites?
Well, if you were watching the stream that me and Mind of God did the other day, I did answer this question directly, and I clearly said multiple times, which maybe you didn't see it, so I'll answer it. I said that for the vast majority of the white race are Edomites. However, I clearly did say that there are certain people who will have white skin who are not Edomites. Okay, and why is that? Because
Right.
when you go back to Genesis, the 6th chapter, the sons of God, which are the Israelites, slept with the daughters of men, which are the daughters of the other nations. So you're going to have something that you would refer to at this time called mixing, right? Where the child might come out looking mixed between the two nations, right? So throughout history, you're going to have people who look completely white today who are actually Israelites. Okay, but to answer the question, primarily a majority of white people on earth are Edomites, but that does not mean all of them are, just to answer that question for you.
Oh, all right. So since that's your since that's your position, so how is that so? I mean, how are all the people who are descended from Japheth Edomites? Because you do know that um, the line of Abraham comes from Shem, and Shem, son of Noah, is not the same as Japheth, of course. So people say normally that white people, Europeans, for example, they are of Japheth. So the Edomites would not be then every one of the white race, like you say, or the majority, because that genealogy, by the genealogy of the thing, it doesn't make sense. So how did you come to the conclusion that most of the white race is composed of Edomites?
Well, the first white person on earth would be when you go, what is that, Genesis, the 25th chapter, when you read about the birth of Jacob and Esau, right? Esau would be the white man, right? And the way you answer that is, what color is a white baby when it's born, right? They come out red, as it says in the text, right? So that would be the one I would go to say that that the white people are the Edomites, because it says what, that the first came out red, right? And that's how white children come out today, is they come out red. Right, so I would use that to prove my argument. Now I got to ask you
a
this.
question for you.
Oh, hold on,
Wait,
brother.
wait.
I'm gonna let you.
I got a question related to that. If you believe that one person, you believe that one baby essentially instituted the white race, that was the beginning of it.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask. Jewish. Are the Edomites still on Earth today, or were they all done away with?
Well, I don't know that. I do think that their blood might live on. I don't know if a pure, like 100% Edomite exists today, but it's very probable that they is still here by way of mixing and things like that. But going back to the thing about Esau, the child being born red and instituting the white race and all that, I don't. I really don't think that that's the case. I think the other sons of Noah instituted other races, like the three main races would be Shem, Japheth, and Ham. So I think that's where I mean, you get the three major races, so to speak, quote unquote. But it doesn't make sense to me that the whole white race would come from Esau.
But
All right,
even,
well,
one second.
First going back.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
one second with that. Even if that is the case, the reason there's no point in discussing that, it doesn't make sense to me that there are as many of the people that are claimed evil that the Hebrew Israelites say. Okay, I don't know who's got the feedback, but the reason that is basically essentially pointless is that there's no way to discern, and distinguish, at all, whether they're a subset of the Caucasians or they're all of them or it's one of them. It could be all those. It could be none. We don't know. Okay, like that's the reason why I just don't like talking about that, because it's completely pointless, And so it doesn't serve any function at all in the times that we live in now. And then I go and spend time with Deacon and all these coons, and then they're gatekeeping an obvious truth. Okay, and they're selling masks to their people, and then they come around here and then have the gall to then tell me that I'm an Elamite or I'm a whatever I am, and then they kick me off, and then all this kind of stuff when they're selling masks to their people. So they moved from crack to masks, okay? Because he even said this in his rap. He used to sell crack to pregnant women. So now he's selling masks, okay, to his followers. Yeah. So I want people to understand that whole dialogue, I'm not avoiding it because I don't know, or it's because we can't know, okay? But here's one thing we can know: the way that the Israelites are, the true people of God, God's right-hand side, okay? They're not going to sell masks during an evil agenda, first and foremost, okay? Second, they're not going to look at somebody's skin color and be like, okay, then I'm going to decide what you are, okay? They're going to ask some questions, okay? Spiritual questions. Do you believe Christ died on the cross? That's one, okay? And then what is the shape of the earth? Other things about the text, okay, and that kind of thing. And then you would all those questions about skin color would not be relevant, because then you've isolated an Israelite, okay? So all that stuff is theater, okay? And what they do teach that is correct is that there's a, quote, race war that's brewing in the media, okay? And they're a part of it, okay? I say that. It's obvious, okay? So that's why I don't want that stuff on my channel. You're free to go back and forth. One second. You're free to go back and forth and finish this discussion, but this is not a spiritual conversation, okay? Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Let me just jump in real quick. Let me just jump in.
Let me just respond
to
Mother God. Just just to clarify, I just went back to discuss this because ETT brought me. So
yeah, fair enough. No, you can finish it, but from we know this now. Yeah. This is the beautiful thing. I'm not challenging you or anything. I'm talking about that movement, because they have more followings. What do we have? We have like 5, 10, 15 people. I'm talking about that group who have thousands of people following them, right? They live off that stuff. They sell those masks. They sell those T-shirts. They sell tickets to their Passover. Okay, I'm not accusing anybody on this panel of even thinking about that. Okay, but I want people to understand that's what's going on. Okay, we all know it. Okay, I'm just calling out the elephant in the room, which is basically what my channel is at this point. So no issues with that. Jewish Question or ETT, talk about it, but you guys will have to know that the elephant in the room is typically TMoG. Okay, I'm going to point out exactly what's going on, and we know what's going on with those actors. Okay, I called him an actor on the comment board, and I'll call him an actor right to his face. And if I see him in real life, I'm going to call him an actor too. And guess what he's going to say? Nothing, because he's an actor.
I think I have a solution. Okay. I have some information that could resolve both sides here and just bring it all full circle, to the extent that it is a fact that patrilineal heritage is identifiable. Well, common paternal ancestry is identifiable by way of something called haplogroup or haplotype, which is a Y chromosomal DNA mutation that is shared amongst all members of the same paternal line. And to the extent that two people do not share a haplotype, they do not share a common paternal ancestor. And if you look into the Jewish diaspora, the people who call themselves Jews, about 40 to 30% are haplogroup J, which is a Turkic haplotype, like Eastern European haplotype. And then you have another third, which are E1, B1, B. And then you have then the rest is just kind of R1B, which is just Germanic and miscellaneous. So about a third are E1B1B, and primarily North African Jewish, or like a Ethiopian Jewish or Yemenite Jewish, E1B1B. Now E1B1B is the brother, the haplotype E1B1A. Let's see if I can find it. Well, E1B1A is basically, let's do it like this. E1B1A is the most common paternal haplotype found in West Africa and among the Black diaspora in the United States. So 1/3 of Jewish people share a common paternal ancestor with African American Blacks, meaning about a third of Jewish people are in fact Edomites, which does in fact make whereas the vast majority of white people are not Edomite, they are in fact Japhethic, as testified to by Josephus, where he says even in his time, during the time of Christ, in which he was living, he testifies that the Gauls, so the Galatians, people living in Galatia, and the Greeks and the Romans were descendants of Japheth. Let's see if we can go that right here. Almost there. Okay, there we go. This is how every nation was denominated and their first inhabitants. And he goes on talking about.
Wait, FEB, dude. Not to interrupt you. First of all, there's a bit of static and clink, like some clicky thing.
I'm sorry.
Well, this doesn't solve anything. Okay, I don't see the point of this. Okay,
what it proves is that the claim that Black people are Israelites, it proves that genetically speaking, yeah, they are in fact from that region, and a third of the people calling themselves Jewish are directly related to African Americans, themselves being Edomites. And the claim that all white people are Edomites, that makes no sense, because if all white people were Edomites, or even a majority, then Blacks and most Europeans would share a common paternal ancestor, but we don't share a common paternal ancestor. And so his white people or Edomites doctrine doesn't make any sense. And also, yes, no, it does not matter whether or not someone's an Edomite as far as like spiritually speaking, is because Paul was preaching to Festus. He gave him the gospel and hoped that he would be saved by the same gospel. So it doesn't matter whether or not someone's an Edomite or an Israelite or a Gentile or whatever in that respect. What matters is, do you believe that Jesus Christ died for your sins, and do you worship God in spirit and truth? That's all I got to say.
I would say one thing.
Can I get in here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say this. I think we need to all have maybe 40 seconds to answer a question, because that brother said a whole lot of stuff, and I can't really respond to any of it because there's so much being brought out that you can barely remember everything, right? This brother said a lot of stuff that I really do want to talk about. I think this would be a great discussion regarding the whole salvation, because we might have different views on that.
I don't want to keep talking.
Hold on, brother. Let me talk. You said that can Edomites be saved? Just give me yes or no, and then I'm going to continue my statement. Just please let me know, can an Edomite be saved if they believe in Jesus Christ? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
Okay, now with that being said, if we go to Obadiah 1:18, it says that all the house of Edom shall be destroyed. Now, if you go to Romans 9:13, it says the Lord hates Edomites. Now, it's on you, my brother, to show me where in the scriptures can an Edomite receive salvation. I want book, chapter, verse, as the Deacon would say. Please show me that, my man.
I believe it's in Acts chapter 25, verse. Let me look right here. Or go to my tab. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm going to go to Acts 25, verses 1 through 22. I'm not going to read all of them, but in this scenario, Paul is preaching the gospel unto Festus. And then he wanted Festus to believe the gospel. So why would Paul be preaching?
Time out. This is why this doesn't make sense. Okay, and you guys can do this on ETT's channel, because this is totally pointless. And I want you guys to confess, just be honest. This is a pointless discussion. I understand it's an academic discussion in the Bible, right? From Old Testament and New Testament. But admit that this is pointless in real life. ETT, do you admit that this is pointless in real life, because you cannot distinguish in any systematic way whether a person's an Edomite? Yes or no?
No, because you can tell how majority of the people are Edomites, because a vast majority of the white race are. However, to answer your question, it is true that we do got to go by the spirit. So if somebody does look like a white person that can sincerely believe in this, then hey, that must bear witness that they are an Israelite. So I do agree with you that we can't just look
No,
at
that doesn't
somebody and
mean you're an
say, well,
Israelite.
oh,
It doesn't
brother,
mean
hold
that
on.
you're
Let me answer your
Israelite.
question. To answer the question, does the Bible say that God hates this group of people? Yes or no? Now, you agree that the text does say that, as I have quoted the scripture. Is that not important to talk about because that's in the
God
Bible?
hates a majority of people on this earth based on the mark of the beast. So
Does God say? Did God say He hates Edomites? Yes or no?
yes, and a majority of other people on this earth, including Israelites. Okay, so what's the point? What is the conclusion to this matter? Okay, what is the conclusion to this matter? Are there Israelites that are going to take the mark of the beast? EGT, yes or no?
You already. Hey, look, man, stop playing games. You already know the answer to that
Yeah, we
question,
know.
man.
So
And hey, look, I saw. Go ahead.
a majority of the world God hates. We know that. Okay, that's biblical. Okay, and now we have a narrative that's coming out, which actually slowly is starting to make it actually identifiable. Okay, but you guys want to go and talk about an Edomite and like all this nonsense. So I'm wondering, why do you guys want to talk about that? What purpose does that serve the 14 people watching, 15 people watching? Except maybe prove that you guys know something about whatever the hell.
Well, it's perfectly valid. It's perfectly valid because
okay. So how does it
that's in the
instruct the
scriptures,
people that
right?
are listening? Okay, so how does it instruct the people that are listening when they take what you're about to share? What can they go and do in real life to help them understand their reality?
Well, I would say for an example, when you deal with the Bible, when it speaks about the laws in the Old Testament regarding, say, the priesthood, does that have any relevance today? Because we're not going around doing that. No, but we go over that because that is in the scriptures, right? So if I can read in the scriptures where the Lord says, for example, that all the house of Edom shall be destroyed, is that not something we should go over? Just like the Bible also says America is going to be destroyed. Is that something we should talk
so
about because that's in the scriptures?
zero
Okay,
in.
good.
Who's talking about the law then? Like you said, we should bring it out. How come Sicarii is not bringing that out? Who are the people that are doing that then? Let's get specific. What do they look like? Okay.
Well,
who's doing that?
Well, I mean, Great Mills, all the Hebrew Israelites are pretty much doing that, compared to these other religious groups out there. And I mean, if you don't agree, well,
I can disprove that because I was just on a hangout. I don't know if you watched it with Deacon Sicarii, and he did not want to talk about how getting a piercing in the skin is against the law. So, and obviously, Sahar, they're wearing masks when they're prophesying. So again, now I ask you, who's doing that? What do they look like?
Well, to correct you, they did say in the video, because I did watch it, they did say that it is going against the scriptures to get a vaccine. They did say that too.
So how could it not be the mark of the beast if it's going out worldwide? I'm not saying you're 50-50 on it, but why are they not teaching that? Okay. You're a quote unquote white person. You're actually kind of a contradictory to what you're saying. So why are they, who you visually view them as Israelites, how come they're not teaching that? I'm asking you. Why is that? It goes against.
And you already know the answer to that question because,
right. So
as I said,
what's really going on? So what's really going on here? Is it only just all white people, according to you, or is there something else going on with GMS and Sicarii and all them? So what you tell me, what's going on?
You already know the answer to that question because you ask me that every day.
People are actors. Those people are actors. Okay. And they're Satanists and they're on God's left-hand side and they know what's coming to them. And that's Revelation 16:2. And that's why they don't want to touch it. So any conversation about Edomites and all this kind of stuff from people who are evil, what's the point of listening to them? Okay. What's the point? Okay. Because just by your very statement that the people that are truly about God are going to be talking about the Old Testament and bringing it now, right? And making it alive in front of us. Where are those people? What is their skin color? Okay.
How about we talk about how our brother Flat Earth Boxer said that black people are not the Israelites? Because, mind of God, you teach that they are the Israelites. So our brother here does not agree with that.
Well,
how about we sideway into that topic of discussion?
In my defense, that's not what I said.
Sicarii is a quote-unquote black man, but he's not an Israelite based on what he's teaching. We know that now. Okay?
Just to speak in my defense, the only reason I brought it up was because, one, I do believe that the Israelites were black, and I believe that black people in America are, for the most part, Israelites. And in my defense, the reason I brought it up was because I remember JQ being bothered by the belief that white people were Edomites or a majority Edomites. So I was just clarifying that point of view has no basis in genetics or history. That's the only reason I brought it up. But otherwise, no, I don't think that I think it only matters because the heresies are going out pertaining to it. and then the
It's just an absurd
insecurities.
statement. It's an absurd statement to think that one baby produced all these billions of white people, but then another baby produced only a small number.
And then and that
Doesn't
same
make
baby end up
sense.
marrying 2 Hamites and an Ishmaelite, and then produced nothing but white people. Doesn't make any sense. So that's my
All right.
defense.
Okay. Since this is Mind of God's panel, I'll keep it respectful. He doesn't want us to talk about this because that's his opinion. That's his show. So we'll respect that. Let's
No, it's
sideway. Oh, hold on, brother. Let me talk. I'll throw it back to you when I'm done. But let's sideway then into the hell topic, because these brothers might see differently. So I know he likes to talk about that topic. So let's go into that then. Let's start with JP.
Well, wait, actually, let's let Jewish question. Maybe he's more new. If you have any questions, we don't want to completely circumvent this and all that. I'm just a little riled up because I was annoyed that I wasted time to talk to those people earlier. So my apologies if I'm taking it out on you guys. But Jewish, if you have anything else, we can go to our own stuff.
All right. So yeah, about this race stuff, I think we should just drop it. I mean, you're right. It doesn't help any, and ETT is, he thinks what he thinks, and we think what we think, and as you said, we can't ascertain that with any amount of surety. So yeah,
it's pointless. Yeah, notice how when I brought up the flat Earth, these clowns, they started quizzing me. Oh, what's above the firmament? Like these people all of a sudden in an instant became flat Earth experts. Oh, well, now we know what's above the firmament. Oh, we know what the heavens are and all that kind of stuff. So then that's how sick these people are. Okay. They're mentally deranged people. Okay. And so their job is then to try and put you in this confused state, and they have no idea what the hell they're talking about. Okay. So that's clear.
Yeah. So we can, talk about your debate with them if you want, or we can move on for some other things. I mean, I saw your video on reading the Bible, being boring, at times, when you master it. And yeah, but I do relate to that a little bit, because when you're rereading it and you read, for example, the Book of Kings, and you read, I mean, I like Samuel 1. I really like that 1 Samuel.
Mhm.
And you go and reread that, and it's a lot of history, and then there's chronicles, and there's a lot of names. Of course, I mean, that I can say, objectively, it can get boring, and it's difficult to keep up too, the names.
Yeah.
You have genealogy and all of that. So I relate a lot to that. So it's a good message, because you don't need to be liking it all the time. There are times with the parts which I enjoy the most in the Bible are the ones related to prophecy, right?
Yeah.
So those are the best part for me. I mean, when God is speaking, he is there speaking, and when there's Jesus, and so and the other prophets like Elijah, the story of Elijah, that's great, so
I just want people to understand that God is not the way that the world is run. That's why I posted that video. Okay. We don't have to pretend or anything like that. And that's what happens when you get in those kind of groups. Notice how we get kicked and blocked, and tell me if you want me to kick him, put a 1 in the chat and all that kind of stuff. That's ridiculous. It's not a scholarly debate. Okay. And then I already know by their spirit from listening to them and other things that they're not with God. Okay. God is not speaking through them through his right-hand side. And if that's the case, I will burn my Bible here on a live stream. Okay. Those are not the 2 witnesses. Okay. And we're not dealing with the elect, because the elect do not talk like that. Okay. Not even once. Okay. Because they represent God. Okay. So how can God pick the stupid people to represent him? Then no one would want to be a part of the kingdom. They'll be empty. Okay. So just know that that's not the spirit of God that we witnessed here. And I'm just doing this. The only reason I joined that was actually to ask about the 2 witnesses, and I don't need to run it through them, but we know that they're just a bunch of terrible actors. But the point about the Bible being boring and all that kind of stuff. So I want people to understand, like the Bible's narrating the world. Okay. And the world is completely boring. It lacks truth. Okay. All you get is like, I don't know, maybe like this and that. And then those people claim to be the quote prophets, and look at how arrogant they are. They don't actually teach anything. They're there to try and trap you. Okay. And so just know that. Okay. And then these are the people that are deep into the Bible. Okay. So what does that mean then? That means that they have to be very, very evil, and then they're part of the deception.
Yep.
So just know that.
Yeah, the Bible is being wielded by very evil people,
100%.
left and right.
100%.
Yeah.
So I go out to in Phoenix. I go out and I preach flat Earth. I mean, it's in parts because I really care about people learning the truth. I mean,
But do you
also
teach the white Jesus though?
ETT. Can I just elaborate on what I'm saying? And no, I don't teach white Jesus. Okay. I already established you that I think Jesus was the color of jasper and sardine stone, and the color of jasper and sardine stone is the color of my hand. So, like, why do you keep making that accusation? Will you cease
I thought
making
there
that?
was JP teaching there. Anyway, man, I'll throw it back to you.
ET. Okay, thank you. All right. So anyway, and I just want to summarize why I know that this is why I don't think. When I'm out preaching, I see these people and the purple IUIC guys. They come out and they'll hand to the people that have now decided to start preaching with me about the flat Earth and all the manner of things. They'll start, and all COVID being fake, mark of the beast, and all these things. Yeah. They'll hand out pamphlets to only the black people and the Mexican-looking people in my group. And they'll never hand out pamphlets to the white-looking people in my group. And if they're thinking that they're the disciples of Paul in some sense, they're not following after the traditions of Paul, because Paul in Acts, again, this is what I was trying to bring up, Acts 26, he says he's preaching to Agrippa, Edomite king of the Jews, and he's giving him the gospel. And he says, I would to God that not only thou, but also that all that hear me this day were both almost and altogether such as I am, except in these bonds. And when he says such as I am, he's talking about believing in the gospel of Jesus Christ, or Yeshua, Yahushua, whatever you want to call him. And so if these people if these people are too good to preach to Edomites, or whatever they think Edomites are, well, then they're more righteous than Paul. Or he was just speaking vainly.
They would say that, Flat Earth Boxer. Tahar thinks he's Paul in the reincarnation. So go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
Lord help them. That's all I can say. And and if there's any commentary to be said in response to that, I'm not really interested. I have no other response beyond that, because it says a heretic after a first and second admonition reject, and I have nothing more to say to you on this topic.
Hey, Flat Earth Boxer, I got a question for you. I have a question I want you to answer.
For you. I have zero answers for you.
Hey, brother, listen, let's be respectful. Let me at least ask it, and if you don't want to answer it, then you just say you don't. That's cool.
I'm saying in advance, I'm not interested.
All right, well, look, buddy, I might have to come pay you a visit, man. I'll pay you a visit out on the street, and you'll get your ass beat by these scriptures, my brother. Because, hey, look, brother, you ain't on no level to deal with the notorious B.I.G. boy. All right?
All right, so we got rid of him. So
thank you, TMoG.
Waste of time. We're not doing any of that kind of stuff. Okay, like a lot of that stuff that I'm doing with End Times Teacher, just know it's literally just a pastime. And I want people to understand, for me, this is like a quote sharpening of the sword. So when I interact with spiritual people, and there's not that many, and I want people to know that's okay. That's by design. When I go to people like Sicarii, or if I go listen to GMS Houston and all that kind of stuff, it's to like maybe they'll bring out something that I haven't considered. And that happens occasionally with End Times Teacher. He'll mention a verse and then I'll find the sequence, or he'll mention something and I'll be like, oh, okay, that's how it fits. So I'm kind of fishing. I'm not aligning with them in any way. Okay. Just know that the only thing I want is for people to go, what essentially my job is to go make everybody else look stupid. And that's not to glorify myself, but that's to go and learn it on your own. Okay. Because that's all you can cling to. The only thing that I can cling to is what I was taught about the two witnesses. That's all I got. Okay. And if that's not true, then God didn't tell me that. Okay. That's it. Okay. And then I just want everybody to have that experience, because then God's going to tell you exactly what you need to know to get through whatever he's going to put you through. Okay. Just know that. That's what it is, and nothing more or nothing less. Okay. This stuff that he's talking about, meeting people in the streets and all that kind of stuff, that stuff will not survive on my channel. Okay. We know that these people are Satanists. These people are actors, and they don't understand that the Bible is a spiritual book. And so only spiritual people are going to be drawn to it. But the fact that it's spiritual actually means that even evil people are going to be drawn to it too. Evil people were drawn to Christ. Okay. Because they want to learn what he's going to do, and then go, guess what they're going to do? Make it into a business. Okay. Just know that. Okay. These people are all about money. Okay. Notice how they only talk about money. TMoG, how much money do you have left? Or like, oh, look how much money this person has. Oh, I wish I had this kind of money. God's people do not want to be here. okay? Because we're in hell. Reminder, okay, newsflash, okay, we're living in hell. And these hangouts prove it every time I talk to them. I don't need it anymore, but we're not going to talk like that, okay? Not that you guys did here, but that's nonsense, okay? Anyway, so now we have a more sensible panel. You know, we can talk about normal things. So I got to respond to a little bit in the chat. So we got these one Sicarii troll that's coming by here. Listen to this guy, absolutely out of his mind. Okay, so Damian Logan's like, if that's the case, then you know that the truth is that we are set apart people, and since you are not one of us, you don't belong in our affairs. Okay, I'm not a part of your affairs. Okay, I'm going to understand what you're teaching and then decide whether it's true or false. Okay, and I have a responsibility as a person who is into the Bible and cares about other people, that if you're teaching something publicly, that I have to rebuke you. And so if he's teaching that the RFID chip is the mark of the beast, and I believe that it's not, then I have a responsibility to go and challenge that. Okay, so that's what I'm doing. Okay, and if that's your affairs, you morons that think that the mark of the beast is the RFID chip, I don't want to be around you people, because you're absolutely retarded. And if you think Job 9:24 is not referring to these masks, then you're also retarded. Okay, because those could not be more easy to understand. It's literally handed to you on a silver platter, and then you bird brains don't even know how to figure that out. Okay, so you go be with your people and get the hell out of here. Okay, that's totally fine. No worries. Okay. I'm a heathen. That's fine. Okay. If I'm a heathen, according to Damian Logan, we're going to find that out. Okay. No worries. So we'll see. Okay. If you're the elect and all that, go be the elect. Good for you. Okay. He believes only so-called black people are Israelites. Well, that can't be, because the Bible says that salvation is going to occur for people in all nations. Okay. And so just know that that's the way, that's what the Bible says. So I don't know what you're talking about. And the Bible also says that the elect are sealed. And so none of you morons out there are talking about that, because none of you have been sealed. You're just a bunch of idiots. Okay, so Rowan's like, I don't find the Bible boring at all. Listen to a daily good. Do that, man. Okay, my channel is a brain dump, and I have no filter. So I'm going to say whatever I want to say. So don't live and die by it. But that's what I was feeling when I shared that. So that might have only been for another person who reads the Bible and feels overwhelmed. Okay. And I don't want people to feel that way, because the truth is actually very, very simple. You have to worship God in spirit and in truth. Okay. And we can only do those two things if God programmed us to do that. That's it. It's not an Edomite thing or an Israelite thing or any of that nonsense. It's a waste of time. Okay. If you want to talk about that in an academic sense, definitely don't talk about that to End Times teacher. Okay. He's completely out of his mind. And so don't do that. That's a bad idea, unless you're just there to kill time. Okay.
Yeah.
That's about it. That's it. Okay. So Damian Logan's like, why should they reach out to white people? Well, because according to the Bible, every single one of God's elect, God cares about equally. Okay. It's not like, oh, you're a darker skin elect. I'm going to like you a little bit more than that lighter skin elect down the road. If one of God's elect is a quote unquote white person, and we would assume that that's obviously the case, okay, because salvation will occur in all nations, then that means that you're potentially leaving out one of God's elect. And this is what the Bible says, that God's going to care about that one person that you morons rejected, than you idiots. Okay. And good luck to you. Okay. So that if you believe that and you go and teach that nonsense, you know, and only target your audience to one particular skin color, then you're not teaching the gospel. You're teaching a truncated, evil version of the gospel, and God's going to choose those other people over you. Okay. And we know that for a fact. Okay. So you go preach to your only dark skinned people, and let's see what result comes from that. Okay. Good luck. Okay. That's it. So I don't know if you guys have any other questions or comments and all that kind of stuff. We know the Most High only has one people. That those one people, the elect, have been sealed. So Damian Logan, why don't you hit that link and join and tell us when you were sealed and what did God tell you? Okay. What did he tell you? If you're really about it, jump on. Tell us what he's told you.
So TMoG.
Yeah.
We can talk about, you know, we are in agreement, but, you know, this thing with the vaccine,
Yeah, we call it the
It
thing,
get
just so you know. We call it the thing. It doesn't matter, but
oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So the thing, right? Um, I saw that you commented on my video about the Philippines guy,
yeah, that was insane.
saying that that was insane. Really, I mean, when I saw that, I mean, it's like this is it, really, because imagine that will soon be happening like everywhere, you
Mhm.
know, yeah, and people are already talking about like I see on the social media like Facebook and things like that, they're talking about like basically killing people
Yeah,
that don't take the vaccine, like they wish they're deaf
yeah,
constantly, like there's
yeah,
an evil energy around everywhere.
yeah,
They You look at people wearing the mask on the streets, and they look at you with hate in their eyes. I mean, I feel that where I live, at least.
Mhm.
So it's one of those things that just to give an anecdote, right? I mean, we all know from the news and things like that that's what's happening. But
Yeah. I
um
mean, there's a person who called us a-holes. I posted that video today. And they're laughing about it. The news is like, oh, you might find this disturbing and all that kind of stuff. And like, imagine if we said that about any other group, that are
yeah,
protected, the rainbows and all that. It would be like
yeah, they got outraged, but they can call for the mass murder of everyone that doesn't take the thing, and that's
yeah,
fine. That's what
I've,
they're talking about. So it's
there's
crazy.
a very bizarre phenomenon. So I've been traveling around the country intermittently to like these Trump rallies in order to get a megaphone and just yell at them basically that the thing is the MOTB, and that they should not be supporting this orange guy who's the best friends of Israel, who was born like a month
yeah,
after a ritual.
yeah,
That maybe he's not maybe like the best, most Christianist guy, even though he said that he has never asked God for forgiveness. They're in this weird situation where they're boomers, and so they can't think past their acid trip and their own sense of righteousness. So they're still caught up in this idea that they are going to be the change that they want to see in the world, and so they've adopted this, like you mentioned, this post-millennial ideology, this post-millennial eschatology, and this preterist interpretation of the Bible. And this is I'm finding this is actually a default view amongst evangelical Christians in America and the world over. Even when I was in Thailand, I ran into these people who are like a sort of type of Pentecostal shabalaba babble like Christianity with the rock bands and all this stuff.
mhm,
And I'm noticing now it's hitting me now. Maybe within the past month or so that there's the Jays, the Zionist Jays, right? And there's the Jays in general. And there's the secular Jays, there's the Masons, there's the Mormons, there's the Catholic Church. There's all these institutions which are all clearly working in very explicit form for the devil.
yes,
And it's like, okay, well, the vast majority of evangelical Christianity is in support of all the agendas of these institutions, and is actually able to unify them under one tent, which is Trumpian, like conservative, ecumenical evangelical Christianity.
mhm,
And they actually even have a doctrine called the Seven Mountains Manifest, or Seven Mountains something, where they want to conquer seven mountains of culture, which includes media, finance, politics, culture, entertainment, art, whatever. They call it. They just picked five different components of sociology, call them the Seven Mountains, and that their goal is to bring in the kingdom by conquering and putting at the head of these institutions Christian leaders. And they've always been, for the past 3 years, I've been looking into this. They always keep talking about the next move of God. God is moving, the next move of God, the move of God, next move of God.
mhm,
And it's always in this nebulous, oracular language. But when you drill down into it, like they're really talking about Donald Trump coming back and taking over the country, and then the Christian world taking over the world by virtue of the fall of this New World Order cabal, which will
yeah,
be replaced by Donald Trump and his crew and people who think like him. And so the New World Order, like this is my prediction. I'm not saying God told me this. I mean, God showed me the stuff with the Tav. I think I'd say God showed me the stuff with the stars, but I can't say God showed me this with confidence.
yeah,
Though maybe retroactively, I'll say, "Oh, God totally told me this," but I mean, who knows? But because I just didn't recognize it. In any case, the situation is that they're all saying the same thing, and they're all prepared for Donald Trump to come back. And if he does, these boomer Q people are just waiting with bated breath, foaming lips to be the ones to lead that. And Donald, I think they're going to say that the 666 thing, that thing is, I think it might turn out that thing actually, quote unquote, gives a sort of false form of eternal life. And he just tricked liberals into getting it by saying it was about something else. And then if it gives eternal life, then they'll be like, and it also defend against the UFO somehow and make you immune to the virus, which is allegedly created by the UFOs, and that's why it mutates so fast.
I think that again, my understanding of what's next for people to understand my understanding of the Bible and the sequence of the end times is that salvation is next, and then it's wrath. Okay, and so the first plague is sores on God's entire left-hand side. And so that's what I believe is going to be the instigator to then spread this out, to all the other people. And then that's where they're going to, like we were talking about with JQ, they're not going to be friendly. Imagine if they're not friendly now. Imagine if a majority of the world has sores, and they're called noisome and grievous sores. Okay. And so
I'm just wanted to say I'm sorry for my statement. Please forgive me. Just understand that if you go back and listen to what I said, I said spiritually. I didn't say physical, brother. So I just want to make sure you understood that. I was not at all trying to fret you physically. I said spiritually
anywhere
is what I said. So
near that is a permanent ban from my channel. So just don't threaten anybody on my channel spiritually, or don't say the skip cheese. You say skip cheese once, I'm going to kick you as well. So don't say stupid things. Okay. So like I was saying with the sequence, so Revelation 16:2 is going to have sores, okay, on God's entire left-hand side. And then they're going to be really ticked off at that point. Okay. Then if they're irritated now, imagine how irritated they're going to be then, because then they're going to be like, oh, you thought this was a conspiracy? Oh, really? And then now they're going to be able to point to what's happening. Okay. But that can only happen. Revelation 16 can only happen after Christ's second coming. Okay. Because that's the wrath of God. And then God's elect are taken away prior to the wrath. Okay. And Sicarii and all them don't understand it. Okay.
I do agree with you. At this point, I'm thinking that the wrath comes later in the. I agree with the order of the sequence, but as far as its distribution across a 7-year timeline, in the middle of which I think that we are, well, a little past the middle, I'm thinking that the wrath of God, the vials of wrath, pour out near the end, maybe the last, maybe 5 to 6 months of it all. But that's all based on speculation on my end.
That part I'm not sticky about, because we don't know like when it happens, in that time period, and we don't know when it starts until we see the first one, or like the people on Earth experience it. So I'm not really sticky about that, and there's no point in speculating, because I'm not going to be there for more than like a day or two of that. So personally, to me, it doesn't matter. But that's fair enough. But I want people to know the reason that Revelation 16 is not spoken of is because people don't understand it. Okay. And then the reason that they don't want to talk about it is because it likely affects them in a negative way. And so all the things that Sicarii was throwing up against me as to like, oh, well, what are you talking about? It's not out fully yet. And then all that. That's why they didn't want to go to Revelation 16:2, which actually prophesies that it will not go out fully prior to those sores happening. That's what it says in Revelation.
Can I jump in and say something?
Yep.
Okay. I just want to ask, Flat Earth Boxer, why don't you want to talk with me though? If I ask you a very sincere question that we might agree on, right? Why don't you want to talk with me? Do you not like me for some reason? That's cool, right? I'm just asking so that I know. And I do also say, going back to what I said earlier, I do apologize, but if you did listen to me, I did say spiritually, this is why you got to pay attention to what it is. The scriptures say, understand first.
All right, so that's that.
Okay.
So
to be clear, my reason is that if I talk to a man like him, it's inevitable that he will drive me into a spiritual state that will cause me to sin against my own.
I want people to know that person that you just heard, who's end times teacher, believes that he is the fulfillment of Revelation 11. Just take a moment to think about that. That person that just came on here and threatened one of my panelists for absolutely no reason. Okay. He believes, and he will support Sicarii and all these other monsters and GMS. And he will say with a straight face, I want people to know, he'll say with a straight face that is Revelation 11 in fulfillment. Okay. Just know that. Really think about that for a second. Okay.
And Pastor Anderson.
Not only that, he'll double down and say that that's the group that God is fishing for his elect. So he believes that both of those chapters, which are major books in the book of Revelation, is describing that what we just witnessed. Okay, and what happened on that debate with Sicarii. Think about that. Think about the world that we live in now. If you people don't understand, I think the people on this panel do, the world is completely unstable because the religious people are completely out of their mind. They're totally out of their mind. So what do you think these other people are all about? The government and the prime ministers and all that. What do you think they're gonna be all about soon?
Well, at least one of the 24 elder seats is held by Steven Anderson. So
yeah, Steven Anderson. I'm glad you brought that up. If people understand Pastor Steven Anderson, I have a video on my channel where he's speculating that
subtly, he denies it. But
he's trying to strive to be one of the 24 elders. Okay. And really understand, if you think about Tahar and all these people in GMS, they think that, that he's going to be Apostle Paul in the reincarnation. I want people to know I have a personal history with Ravi Zacharias, and people, even after his death, after he's been essentially outed as being a sexual predator, will still defend him on the internet and say, oh, he's in heaven. He's with God. Okay. His even family is coming out and saying that he's guilty of all those things. So I want people to know I'm not trying to scare people unnecessarily, but just understand the landscape that we're in. Okay. Move carefully. Okay.
Yeah. Can I ask a question to FEB? So FEB, you're saying about the thing, right? Causing people to live forever. Is that right?
This is speculation purely, unless of course it comes to pass. Then I'll just say God told me, I guess. But I mean, I guess I have to say that.
I just wanted to mention that the New York Times in April published an article about using mRNA technology in the thing to extend the lifespan of humans to 200 years. So
that's
you could be right.
Like the thing is, if you're gonna if you're gonna have an entire process, like I go to ASU, I went to ASU, and I'm a dropout from ASU, honorary dropout. They had a building called the bioengineer. They have all this bioengineering stuff. It's like one of the top bioengineering universities. And I always wondered what exactly they were doing in those buildings, and where do you even start when you're editing a gene? Like what do you like get cake? Do you get like a blender or a baking soda? Like where do you even start with that? But it's been there since, for at least 10 years or something. So why after 10 years, if they create a technology that stops you from getting it's a complex biological mechanism, I'm guessing, that makes someone develop mucus or respiratory, whatever the response is to the immune response to COVID is. If you're able to stop that or curtail that, even in theory, why would you not be unable? Why would that be the only thing you're able to curtail? Like, why would that be where they stop? We fixed the flu. All right, but they didn't start with like things that people desire even more, like living forever, not getting cancer or whatever cancer is.
Can I add a verse to that while you're talking about that? Psalm 49:11. Their inward thought is that their houses shall endure forever.
Right.
And their dwelling place to all generations, and they call their lands after their own names. They have an arrogant mind that they're eternal.
Which ties into post-millennialism, because they're walking after their own lust, asking, okay, where's the promise of his coming? Well, they think that they're going to get to live forever and conquer the world and then have their seed and inherit the world under this dominionist theology. And so if and when it comes out, again, if it turns out to be the case that this juice, this stuff, turns out actually not to be a bad thing, but actually be a good thing that defends you from death from the inside and also from the threat from the sky and the chariots or whatever, then of course they'll say whoever is not willing to get this is not just willing to put people at risk by virtue of their capacity as a contaminant spreaders, but also as literally enemies of humanity and God by extension, a sort of these evangelicals, bro, they're teaching so much weird stuff. They've gotten into like Kabbalah secretly, and like when you go, it's hard. There's so much. Like the head of the
check this out for people to understand, and tell me if you guys agree with this. The governments worldwide are desperate to not be the enemy anymore. That's what's happening, and it's very clear that that's the case. And the Bible has a solution for that. They need to be actually the righteous people. When these sores happen, people are going to be like, oh, shoot, it was real, and then they're going to go. A lot of people are going to be deceived. And so that's why we're on the precipice of something big, I suspect. And so because the government is desperate to be able to be the answer to people's longevity and they can't be the enemy. And then that's exactly what the Bible says. A lot of people are going to go back to them and be like, oh shoot, like you can help us because look at all these stores. Look what COVID is doing. So
Yeah,
that's my guess.
Right. That's what I think as
so
well.
FEB. So about the gene editing thing with the mRNA. So I read a whole lot about this throughout this year because of the situation. So the way that mRNA works is that it bypasses. They even say that in the documents that it bypasses the DNA using the graphene and all that, the nanotechnology to allow the genetic material that they extract from the cloned frogs and the aborted babies and all that. So and they get that genetic material, they go to a lab and they edit that with their own sequence, own instructions, and they inject that instruction inside your body. So that's a very, like you said, a very complex thing. But as you also said, it can be used for everything. So, for example, if you want to make people stop growing hair, or start growing hair on the palm of your hand, for example, I think that's possible with that technology. So, your theory might be correct. We'll see very soon. But
Right.
it's and the way it works, I don't know if you saw those videos about Mike Eden, that guy from Pfizer and all that, talking about how the thing works, right? The whole mechanism, and he goes into how the mRNA produces those proteins, and those proteins, they become like flags on top of the cells, and then the immune system goes and attack those cells, and that's why you have those quote unquote side effects, right?
One of which is going to be sores, and it's in any case, I can only understand any of this stuff by virtue of metaphor and analogy. So I mean, at a certain point, it's just like mythology, whatever this thing does. Though the things that I can understand, the thing that I can understand plainly is that I can see when I go to these Trump rallies, these Reawaken America tours, these basically just these gatherings of when you really look into these people, they're just a bunch of dominionist, preterist evangelicals occupying various portions of society, and they're all getting primed for a massive, what they call awakening, a great flip in society, in which they were going to expose the so-called dark half of the cabal. And since the evangelicals are they're so enamored with like Jewish, like they don't even know what good, they think that Trump's good. So anything that's aligned with Trump, they'll say that's the light. And so they're going to align with the light. And I'm suspecting they put so much effort into this Q thing, and so much of the population the world over is spiritually and morally invested.
You can see people in Germany, talking about Q, and now they even released, I think, a Q Bible or something.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that, but they released that, and trumpet means Trump, right? Okay, in Revelation. So yeah, they say that on that quote unquote Bible. So it's crazy.
JQ, you'll find this funny, man. I told somebody about the flat Earth because he was pestering me about the jab, and then his first statement was like, "Shreg, are you part of Q?" Like I just told him about how the Earth doesn't move, which is for us is like a massive awakening. Okay, it's like, well, wow. And then his first thought was Q. It just it's like it's so stupid. Like so, the whole thing is completely ridiculous. And so that's their way of vilifying truthers and lumping us into the most absurd bucket. So just the fact that they're picking that proves that it's absurd, and then they're trying to lump us into that, which is also absurd. So it's like doubly bad.
So, yeah,
these people are going to kill us, I think, and they're gonna be so stoked. There's a guy, his name is
they'll enjoy it without a doubt. It's scary, but they will. It sounds so bad to say that, but yeah.
There's something called the New Apostolic Reformation, and there's these guys that go around calling themselves apostles and prophets and prophetesses and all these things. They just embody every form of abomination that you can imagine. And there's one who I think is like kind of the intellectual leader right now. I think and I see that he's angling to be the one to baptize Donald Trump into, you know, it sounds so weird, man. But at this Reawaken America tour in Anaheim, I ended up confronting him and showed him the end time signs and stuff. It's a very long story. I'm not going to burden this chat about this, but he invited me to his church an hour outside of LA in a place called Marietta. If you look up Voice of Healing Church, if you want to see what evil looks like, dude, if you want to see what demonic possession,
like bad. Yeah,
Michael, look up Voice of Healing, Michael Petro, and just go through his stuff. They unabashedly mix Masonry, Talmud, Kabbalah, and all these things into Christianity, and it's so obvious and so blatant. And he's like, please look into this guy.
Damn. I just got to respond to a comment somebody left on my thing. I'm going to delete it, but I'll just read it just so people understand. This is I want people to know. I'm not saying this to get pity. Okay. I can take care of myself, and I want the people that come by here to take care of themselves. You know, we're going to have to be strong. So I think FEB will relate to this. When we go on these flat earth debates, when I started doing that years ago, I would come back to my channel and all these people would come. Yo, you're stupid. Oh my God, your brain's flat and all that. Right. So there's not many people that do that anymore. Okay. Because I'm kind of out of it. But I just want people to know the exact same thing is happening again. Because I went on this deacon destruction mode, and then he has his people to then come back here and listen to what they said. I just saw you on Sicarii's deacon destruction mode channel. Although our deacon, was gracious enough to host you as a non-Israelite. Oh, so he did me a favor? Really? Our scriptures clearly state to us that you have no business having our scripture in your hands. How do they know that? Based on the color of my hands? Like, what is he basing that on? Let alone try to teach them to us. I wasn't trying to teach them to us. I was having a debate about a few words that could not be more obvious, and even less argue them with us. You're not even supposed to be amongst us, okay? Because you are not one of us. Our scriptures also say that because you are a heathen, the Almighty Most High himself doesn't care about you, and that you are meaningless to him, okay? We are a captive nation in exile, and his chosen people, precious jewels, an apple of his eyes, meant to be set apart people he wants us to be with him. Your job is other heathens like yourself. When you encounter one of us and want to bless us, that's welcome, of course. And as this, you may earn some blessing from Abba, but to attempt to take it any further than that is plainly not okay. I just thought I'd let you know, have that as a reminder. So I appreciate that reminder, you idiot. And then if that's the case, how come the Most High has not told you that the earth is flat and stationary?
Amen.
So how come God has brought out the quote flat stationary earth by what you would call Edomites, Eric Dubé, Russian Vids, Mark Sargent, Nathan Oakley? Okay. Why is that? Damian Logan, if you're still listening to the chat, how come God has left the physical surroundings left to be brought out by Edomites? And then the Bible also says by Yahushua, who you call him, how can you understand spiritual things if you don't understand things that are going on earth?
Amen.
Okay? So I ask you that, maybe post a video if you actually teach, or you're just a troll. The sentence structure and the grammar in this comment is absolutely like an 8-year-old. Okay. So how come God has not blessed you with the ability to write a full sentence? Okay. Get out of here with that, man. We're not about this drama. Okay. We know what it's about. When people bring that drama, we know what's going on, even with ETT and all that kind of stuff. We know that you people are of God's left-hand side. I'm just pointing it out. First of all, because I'm bored. Okay. And it's kind of funny, but we know what's going on. You people are sick. Okay. Just know that I know that. We got a new guest. Interaxian, dude, what's up, dude? You're off mute if you ever want to chat. No pressure to do that, but so that to me was mission accomplished today for TMoG. I went in, I did some reconnaissance. They didn't have it, they're confused about what's going on and all that. And the funny thing is, we know what God's left-hand side is all about, especially if you've gone in those Ball Earth debates. Like FEB said earlier, they will not concede a single point. They will not. Okay. They won't be like, maybe it is. I don't know. Who knows? It could be, very well be, and then it aligns pretty damn well. They won't say that. He did not even firmly say that people who take it will receive a judgment. And we know in the very least, there's potential earthly judgments for doing that. We know that short-term and long-term. We've seen that in the news. So it's not even like it's theoretical at this point. So we know what their job is. I just want the people that come by here, we have our job too. Okay. We don't have to know everything, but we can't be like these people. These people are sick.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's where we stand. Okay. So if anyone else has any thoughts and all that, it's been a good dialogue. I'll check the chat.
Let me think. I think I'm out of thoughts. Yeah, postmillennialism, I think, is it. I think you're the one who said it. Postmillennialism is worse than being an atheist.
I said preterism, but that too. That would be also. Or if that's what that means. Is that what preterism means?
Yeah. So preterism is the interpretive root of postmillennialism. So in order to be a postmillennialist, you have to take a preterist view of Revelation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's overwhelming to think that we could be living in those days. I think even the deepest conspiracy nut like us are like, whoa, okay, because it sort of hit us unexpectedly. Who could it? Maybe the only person that knew it was coming was Rob Skiba. Okay. Wait, he looks like an Edomite. Well, how do you explain that? Okay, to all those people out there who are like, all you people don't know what you're talking about. How come Rob Skiba prophesied this narrative almost to the T, like 7 years ago, 6 or 7 years ago?
It's so retarded. Even if you look into the history of the church following the even before the destruction of 70 AD, or even in the book of Acts, Paul was snatched out of the council of Jerusalem, rather out of the temple, on account of the allegation that he had took a man named Trophimus the Ephesian into the temple.
Yeah.
If they're saying okay, so if he's a friend of Trophimus, and if who's a Greek, and the Greeks were a colonizing people with respect to the Jews as far as the Jews were concerned, and if it just does not make any sense. If Paul's preaching to an Edomite, it doesn't make any sense that Edomites can't be saved. And just because a nation is destroyed, just because you get executed according to the law, doesn't mean that your soul is not one of the elect.
Yeah, I think and in those days they actually knew who the tribes were, like they had more insight than we certainly do now. So it makes even less sense to take that position now, where we don't actually know what an Edomite is or whatever. So again, I wasn't trying to stop the conversation between you guys, and I'm not trying. I know that I come across as probably the most moody, annoying person on the face of the earth.
I get the situation though, because it was ETT. The majority of these conversations, when they come up, it is these Hebrew Israelite guys trying to say the Jews are black, and right next to that, everyone else is going to hell, and everyone else is an Edomite or something, and a dog. I mean, granted, and I understand that, and I get that. That's why I'm not bothered by that. Though I think if he weren't in that conversation, I think it would have been easier to just. It would have been less. It would have been less abrasive. It would be clear exactly why I'm like what I'm saying. One redeems your point, is evidence of your point and your belief, and it's also evidence of JQ's. Well, it also assuages JQ's belief, while also making sense of who these Jewish people in Israel are and who everyone else is as well by extension.
Let me say this. If I was the most like albino whitest thing on the face, like if I was actually a white person, which no white person actually exists, if I was actually white like chalk, but I sincerely followed God, I was a flat earther, I did not try and mislead people, I was generous to the poor, that person's going to be infinitely better off than these actors that I just came across. Okay, and I'll prove that here in Matthew 8:10. Well, listen to this. When Jesus heard it and marveled and said to them that followed, verily I say unto you, I have not found so great not in Israel. Okay, then he's interacting with one of these soldiers. Okay, listen to this. And I say unto you that many shall come from the east and west and shall sit down with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob in the kingdom of heaven. But listen to this. But the children of the kingdom shall be cast into outer darkness. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. So do not be confused by these cults. Okay. Right. Trust the Bible. That's the purpose of my channel. Don't trust me either. If you understand the God of the Bible, you're going to understand an incredible God. He's not worried about your skin color. That's ridiculous. That doesn't make sense to talk about that.
The first Christian, so-called the first Christian anti-Jew writing, or like anti-Israelite writing, so quote unquote, like really sincerely anti-Semitic, because the Khazars hadn't come into the picture yet. The first writing that was just vehemently bagging on the Jews for being the crucifiers of Christ was by a Jew named Melito, who was the bishop of Sardis. Mm-hmm. And so, as far as the early church and of the seven churches of Asia, all of the bishops of which were Jews, were Israelites.
Yeah.
The first anti-Semitic text, the first text saying, yeah, Jews absolutely wicked, besides some things that Paul said, was from a Jew named Melito of Sardis, who's the one who established the Old Testament canon for Christians.
Yeah, I think even just the fact that Christ was crucified by his own people, that doesn't give you any position.
Exactly.
That doesn't mean anything. Okay.
He killed all the prophets.
Yeah, it's like they're either, if you're spiritual, it means that you're either very righteous or very unrighteous. And I just see that now in the world, and it's obvious to me. And so just know that, and that's by design. God is purposely doing this, that he's setting up all these divisions and variances. I want people to know that he's doing it on the national level. We see that. He's doing it on the biological level. We see that. He's doing it at the church level, with all these groups. He's doing it at the YouTube level. We see that. Okay. And so when people come by here, and they definitely, I'm not trying to keep defending myself, but just so people understand my vantage point, I'm not trying to join a group. People come by, oh, I agree with 8 out of 10 that you say. I'm like, I don't care. Okay. You don't need to say that, because I'm not looking for a group or anything like that. Okay. That's not what you should want in the times that we live in now. Just care about you, whoever's hearing this. Okay. That's all you should do. Okay. And my job is not to then flex on you. But the reason that I do teach certain things is that I want people to understand, if what I teach is true, that 2 quote unquote black men will be in America for 1,260 days. Guess who are the first people that are going to go and attack them? Oh, the people that thought they were the 2 witnesses. Okay. It's not going to be everyday average quote white people. They're going to be like, who are you? First. That's what they're going to
wanted to beat me up with the
they're not
bot.
going to know who they are. Okay. So that's what I want people to understand. And we see that in history. And why would it be any different because of reincarnation? They're back here on this earth right now. Okay. The average white person is not making claims about the 2 witnesses. They don't even know where that is or what that is.
Right.
But the Hebrews are definitely making claims that they are the 2 witnesses. Okay. Right. So let's just say, hypothetically, I know people don't necessarily believe what I teach is true, but let's say that is true for a moment, that the Revelation 11 is fulfilled in Acts 1:10-11. And that is actually 2 men, the way it is in the whole Bible. Guess who's going to be the people first that are going to chastise them? They're going to be in a city where the Hebrews are, and then be like, why are you on our block? What are you teaching? And all that kind of stuff. Okay. That's what's going to happen. Okay. It's not funny, but that's why those 2 people have to have power, because people are going to try and fight them. Just like End Times Teacher came here and tried to sort of fight over YouTube like an idiot. Okay. And he doesn't understand Flat Earth Boxer does freaking MMA. So what the hell is End Times Teacher going to do?
Yeah.
So stupid, man. These people are out of their mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's in his name, right? Boxer, right? So,
yeah,
I mean,
champion Muay Thai fighter.
So, I mean, and the thing you're talking about, I mean, when the 2 witnesses, actually, come, the thing that's going to happen is these people selling masks, right?
Yeah,
they're going to be called out for selling masks.
Exactly.
And then they're gonna attack the 2 witnesses, of course, because of that. They kicked you just because of that. And after you left, they kept defending that position. And if you looked at their faces, they were fazed by that. They were offended by the fact that you asked, the thing about the mask. So
yeah, they don't understand biblical numerology. So I wasn't trying to one up them. If they were genuine, we could have went into it more. But I know now that the Bible is not structured randomly. Like Isaiah 66:15, God has told me that those are there specifically. I didn't come up with that. Okay. And so when I'm ruining their business, and that's why I take that as a compliment. I have no issues with that. I was like, good. They asked, should TMoG be blocked? Put a 1. I put 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. I don't want to go back there. Okay. And so that's the scary times that we live in now, that even with the truths that are so obvious, people would be concerned about money. So I understand people have to deal with that. And I'm not trying to be flippant about that, but if this Bible is true, this kingdom that's being described here is priceless. We all know that. So it's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, they could at least try to stop doing that. The thing about selling the mask, they could try, but they really don't want to. And maybe that's a point of pride. Like they don't want to admit that they've done something wrong. And it's something like that too, I think.
It's tough. Like there's a tax collector story in the Bible where that person probably made a lot of money, and then he repented and he gave people back, and then more than what he took, and then Christ accepted him, but I'm assuming he's a tax collector. So that was a lot of money. And so once you have a revenue stream, and they're like, oh shoot, like people are actually being forced to wear masks. So I can put my logo on it, and then, they're selling like hotcakes. Okay.
It's like idols. Yeah. It's like being an idol salesman.
Yeah. And they don't know that we know that whole thing is a satanic ritual. If you follow Russian vids, when people cover their mouth with their finger, that's what they're doing. Okay. but they do know that actually, because I pointed out in other videos they have one eye symbolism and all that kind of stuff. But
yeah, he brought up NIV, right, to try to one up you, and it's ridiculous. So
that was funny as hell, dude. I was like, really, man? These guys are the purists. They're like, oh, you don't have the Hebrew and the Greek and all that, dude. That's what it is. And I want people to know, if the two witnesses teaching is correct, the entire world will look at them and be like, what the hell are you talking about that you're from God? They're going to wear sackcloth. They're going to look poor. They're going to look like bums. Okay. Just know that. I want people to trust. Don't trust my interpretation, but whatever God presents, the world's going to look at them and be like, no, absolutely not. No. So, people that come by here, we understand the heart and mind of God. That's why they're dressed that way. Okay. They're not coming on here, starting fights with people, trolling the Bible and all that kind of stuff. Really? Who would want to be in the kingdom with that?
Something trippy about the King James is this verse in Isaiah chapter 66, where it talks about, I think it's 66:18, incidentally, I think.
Yep.
No, it's 17, sadly. Okay. But it says, it talks about the end times, right? So, for by fire and by sword will the Lord plead with all flesh. I'm starting at 16. And the slain of the Lord shall be many. 17, they that sanctify themselves and purify themselves, and the gardens behind one tree in the midst, eating swine's flesh and the abomination, the mouse shall be consumed together, saith the Lord. For I know their thoughts, their works and their thoughts, and shall come. I shall gather all nations and tongues, and they shall come and see my glory. So that word tree in verse 17, that's not there in the Hebrew at all. It says, ha tame mekdashim v'aka metaharim al haganot achar achad betok. See, at no point does the word tree show up in there, and that's why it's the word tree is etz, which is a 2-letter word. There's not even a 2-letter word inside this whole verse, but so it's a 2-letter word that does not appear there. And there's nothing in here that would give you the impression that the word tree should be the implied word there, even in the chapter before. So the question, and I asked, I don't speak Hebrew fluently or anything, or even as a native language, obviously. So
yeah,
I have friends. I have a Telegram. I talk to my friends on Telegram from Israel, and I asked him. He's a flat earther. He used to be like one of those Hasidic Jew people who does the chickens and all that. But he found out that, I don't know what order, but I think eventually found out the earth was flat and that Jesus was the Son of God and all these things, and he repented of all that. And now these guys are behind. They haven't been immersed in various forms of the Christian like crockpot. So like not now anymore. He sees the errors in Steven Anderson, but like he brought like basically Steven Andersonite teaching and thinking to Israeli Christians, and he's like this. And it's like there's worse thing. I mean, because he's got like where else would he do when you're just red pilling people on certain basic things? Like, in any case, so I asked him some questions about I asked him where did you get this word tree, and he's like, it's not even in there. Well, it makes sense though if these people, when it goes on, it talks about how it will be brought as an offering upon horses and in litters and upon mules upon swift beasts to the holy mountain of Jerusalem. And will be brought as an offering in a clean vessel, as the children of Israel bring an offering in a clean vessel. So will be offered as sacrifices in Jerusalem or something like that. And so if that's the case, these people who are sanctifying themselves in the garden behind one tree in the midst, behind the cross, they're doing this all in the name of Jesus. These people, the people who will be killing us, those who are here for that. Yeah. And then it says, and earlier it says, it starts here, thus saith the Lord, the heaven is my throne, the earth is my footstool. Where is the house that ye build unto me, and where is the place of my rest? For all those things hath mine hand made, and all those things have been, saith the Lord. But to this man will I look, even to him that is poor and of a contrite spirit, and trembleth at my word. He that killeth an ox is as if he slew a man. He that sacrificeth a lamb is as if he cut a dog's neck. So these are holy people doing evil things in God's eyes. He that offereth an oblation, as if he offered swine's blood. He that burneth incense, as if he blessed an idol. Yea, they have chosen their own ways, and their soul delighteth in their abominations. I also will choose their delusions and bring their fears upon them. It goes on and on and on. It says, hear the word of the Lord, ye that tremble at his word. Your brethren that hated you, that cast you out for my name's sake, said, let the Lord be glorified. But he shall appear to your joy, and they shall be ashamed. So these people, the same people who believe, who claim to be or do things in the name of the same God that we believe in, are going to be the ones doing this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. And I want people to understand Isaiah 66:15 is talking about the Lord coming with fire. That's not in 6615 by coincidence. Okay.
Right.
1 + 5 is 6. That's 666. So that's God only destroying those with the mark of the beast. Okay. And that's a physical and spiritual mark. And so just know that. Okay. And so that's very, very important to know. And then they that sanctify themselves and purify themselves in the gardens behind one tree in the midst eating swine's flesh and the abomination of the mouse shall be consumed together, saith the Lord. And so, yeah, there's people that do these rituals, and I think it's hard for us to imagine that people do that kind of stuff, but they do, for sure, and they have the weirdest things that we would not even know or imagine that they would do that kind of thing. But
one day they do it in front of a cross.
Yeah, we don't even know half of the things that are going on in terms of sacrifices and all that kind of stuff. Okay. Just like we don't even know the full extent of the earth that we stand on and how it's like suspended in the middle of something kind of thing. So, though that aspect, we don't have to know all the answers and all that kind of stuff, but that's incredible, that's the case. And so Isaiah 66:15 and all that is reflective of the wrath of God, for people who are new and don't understand. I teach and I understand now that when it talks about Christ returning with fire and clouds, that's in these so-called UFOs. Okay. When it talks about his judgment seat, he's in these UFOs and he rides in style, for lack of a better phrase. Okay. And they're invincible and that kind of thing. So the technology is, I don't even think it's not even right to call it technology. It's just, they can do whatever they want kind of thing. And then here it talks about how they can distribute fire from them. So that's amazing. I'm not sure if Anorexian is, it has his mic set or whatever, but he's free to chat, talk about whatever. So I don't know, like to me, this for me is it's again, just an amazing time to be alive. I never would have thought that we would see the Bible, even the beginnings of it, whatever position you take on this, whether you think it's it or not, or like leading up to it or whatever. To me, it's just amazing, that we're living in those kind of days, and then I definitely am sympathetic. I'm not sure whose thing is. Yeah. Okay. If it's squeaking, it's a lot to digest, for people. I totally understand, but I want people to know we live in a very, very deceptive time. So it's important to be very rooted, in what you feel comfortable with, and all that. But we got the flat earth, and then literally we got this right next to each other. Okay. And so that to me right away is just not a coincidence. I would never think that the flat earth would come out and then like a future generation down the road would then experience the mark of the beast. That doesn't make sense to me. Okay. Right. So the fact that all these deceptions are happening contiguous, one next to each other, basically right after the other, I would say something's happening, from a spiritual level. And so it's giving more and more credibility to the Bible. I would say at this point, I know that the Bible is the word of God. I just don't know when it's going to happen. And that's open for speculation still. And that will always be the case until it happens. So that's amazing, to be able to say that. And I would never thought I would be able to say that, because I remember when I first started reading the Bible many, many years ago, Revelation just sounded like crazy. I was like, what is this kind of thing? Like, why is this in the Bible? Sort of thing. So it's just amazing, like how things have changed, from then till now.
Yeah.
TMoG, I would just, touch on a question that you mentioned in one of your streams with ETT. So you said something about nuclear bombs.
Yeah.
And
Revelation 6. Yeah.
Yeah. Nuclear. So do you believe nuclear bombs are, like as they, as the media, as the government tells us, are nuclear bombs, or you believe that it could be something different? Like, because the nuclear bombs from Hiroshima and Nagasaki, if you look at the footage, there's even, I think, I don't know if it's the one from Hiroshima or Nagasaki, but if you look at one of the footages and zoom in, like, you see that the clouds, there are many clouds, and it's like many small explosions from dynamite that they picked up and they copied and pasted one on top of the other to make a big cloud. So there are these edits, right, that people have identified, and Eric Dubé made a video about that, and it talks a lot about how dynamite can generate radiation and a lot of stuff. So even a normal, quote unquote normal explosion could generate radiation, all that. So the evidence for the nuclear bomb, as they say it is, I'm not denying that by 2021 they could have the technology to explode a city with one bomb. That's possible, of course. I'm just saying that from what I watched and from what I saw, all footages of nuclear bombs being exploded are not genuine.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's no. I just wanted to check if you agreed wholesale, or
Here's
just
the deal. Here's the deal with that. So I get that, and I'm very aware that those world wars to me are not truly world wars in the way that we think of them, because like we're reading them from Wikipedia and not trustworthy sources. And even the stuff we're seeing now, we don't trust it, literally right now, and then we have a discernment about space and all that. So no, is it possible that that is not actually real and like, or even as big as it's demonstrated in that picture? For sure. But I want people to know that even things that are quote CGI, like we understand about the 9/11 event, those are triggers and rituals. Like 9/11 to me was like a ritual, just like the mask is a ritual. We're living in it right now. Okay. But 9/11 was a ritual. And that moment that we all were told, whatever that narrative was, is Revelation 9/11. Okay. That's a trigger for them to say, okay, we're not going to fight against anybody anymore. We're all working together now. And then with this, and then all that. Okay. So whether that was real or not, it doesn't matter. So somebody like down the road could look back and say, oh, do you think that was actually real? I'll be like, probably not. No, like, I don't know way that's actually real. And so that's the same with that. The only thing that I would protect about my breakdown of Revelation 6 is that it's happened in the past already. It's not what End Times Teacher came on here and tried to say that, oh, that's when Christ returns. And then that kicks off the thing because that's inconsistent with the sequence. That's already happened in the past. And that's a bleed up. Whether that bomb is real or not, they could have had that technology in the past. We don't know. It depends what God tells them, and all that kind of stuff. Certainly they could do that kind of stuff now. So no, I don't blindly assume all the narratives of the world wars are real because I just assume it's all nonsense. Okay. Because they're all just actors, even the stuff going on in Israel right now. I don't think that's real. Israel and Palestinians, why do they have a problem with each other? Like, what's the issue? They're arguing about doctrine, like I just did with Deacon. No, they don't have any problems with each other. Like they're just all actors, okay? But though I want people to understand what is truly happening in the deepest levels of God's left-hand side. The Bible predicts a war in space, okay? That's what it's predicting, and it needs a lot of money to fight potentially successfully, and that's why the money's being printed like crazy, okay? They need us distracted. And they need us building up. They need us spying on each other and like creating stupid companies. But ultimately, their main objective when they meet in all these meetings around the world, they're not meeting and saying, "Oh, how are your kids? How are you? Oh, Timmy's 12 now," and all that kind of stuff. They're saying, "What's our stockpile? Okay, how many visitations of UFOs have we had?" They're surveying their enemy. Okay, they're not cared about what the Kardashians are doing. What the hell what we're talking about? Okay, they don't care. So if the Bible is true again, and we still have to see it. God's left-hand side is very, very aware of what's coming, okay? And what's coming is what we read in Isaiah 66 is destruction from the top down. And they're not going to just lay over and die. The Bible says, I'll read in 2nd Ezra, they're going to try and win again. Guess what? God's left-hand side killed Christ first time. Guess what? You think they're going to stop? Oh, okay. No worries. Okay, we got you last time. This time, you're okay. Come visit us. No worries. No, they're going to try and kill him again. This is what the Bible says in 2nd Ezra. They're going to try and overcome him by fighting. This time it's going to be it's going to recruit the entire world. So what they're doing with this masks and all this stuff and all that is they're trying to recruit the entire world to fight against God. The few people that come by here were saying, hell no. Okay, I'm not fighting against God. That's a stupid idea. Any time to do that. Okay, I surrender. Okay, it's God wins. Okay, and I'm definitely not going to fight him next to a bunch of retards and liars and ball earthers and all that. So That's what's going on. You know, again, if the Bible's true, we have to see it. So movies like Independence Day and all that, that's what it's prophesying. So if you're wondering why are they spending all this money and why would they spend so much on military? It's like they're all, if we're a flat earther, we understand all the people are in alignment, right? So why are they building bombs? If they all know that it's flat and they're designing the bombs to shoot over a flat plane, what problem do they have with each other? They're all faking space. Okay. They don't have a problem with each other. They have a problem with what's coming from the top. Okay. Just know that. So I don't know if that answered your question, but yes, I am skeptical of those images for sure.
Oh yeah. That's a perfect answer. I would just say that, you know, of course, what I'm going to say, it's basically like describing their narrative, and it's all like a big theater, right? But
yeah,
if they develop that like as a fake thing in World War II, like it's a fake thing, it's a fake bomb and all that, maybe what they wanted to create was like a narrative that discouraged people from having wars that were like infantry wars and all of that, because everyone is afraid of, you know, one country nuking the other. And if that's fake, it's like they created that narrative so, you know, they could establish that one world government thing. You know, I mean, it could.
Yeah, it's a big part of it that, yeah, they're sort of flexing. They're kind of showing, okay, if you're going to fight me, this is what you're up against, you know, whether it's real or not, you know, like that kind of thing. And notice how the prophecy, JQ, is that it's going to be wars and then it's going to transition to rumors of wars. So at some point, it's not going to be real fighting. So it maybe was real tension in the past, maybe even military combat for a little bit of space and land and all that. But then they're going to start working together. And I believe that happened literally on 9/11, that day. That's when it all changed. And then that's when a lot of them started waking up too. People are like, what the hell? Like, hell no. Okay. So it works for the reverse for us, you know. I'll read 2 Ezra 13:34, and an innumerable multitude shall be gathered together as thou sawest them. Listen to this, willing to come and overcome him by fighting. They're trying to kill God again. Okay. That's what we're dealing with these people. And we were talking about this earlier, how they're getting more and more irritated with us because they're saying, shut up, because they don't want us to get in between what's going to happen. We're a waste of time for them. Okay. If we're waking up to how evil our leadership is, they're just like, shut up. We got a bigger.
Yeah. I want to ask you also if you subscribe to the idea that these elites, in their madness, in their, you know, wicked minds, that if they are like somehow architecting like a for example, a controlled apocalypse. I don't know if you subscribe to that, but you know, the idea that in their minds that it is possible to make the world end, but then they survive it and they, you know, remake the world in their satanic image.
Yeah.
I mean,
to interrupt. Go ahead.
Go on.
All right. That's very reasonable. And I think that's the really alternative narrative at this point. That percentage is lowering for me every day. But what this could be, if it's purely like an earthly thing, is that they've created all this stuff, right? You know, all these like, you know, great cities, and they built out buildings and resorts and all that. And so it's all of our labor that did that collectively, right? And then so they're like, oh, shoot. Okay, like we want to enjoy it now because we built it up, you know, and then they own a lot of it. And then the only people that can come back are the people that do this and then do this to come and serve them, you know, and then they don't need everybody to do it because it's already been built now. They don't need a new one. They don't need as many new ones anymore. Okay. Because the technology's pretty much been fixed. So that's what is happening from an earthly perspective. And like I read earlier, their inward thought is that their houses will endure forever. So they don't think that God's ever going to ultimately come and destroy it yet. You know, they think, okay, we got another 10 years or 50 years or 100 years. So from an earthly perspective, I do believe that's the mindset of the people that lead this earth. They're like, okay, thanks for building all this stuff. Okay, here's your $5 or, you know, go away. Okay. But if you do want to come back, you have to show your allegiance to us, you know, by this and then this, and then maybe this. Who knows? Like if it were to go on down the road so they can really like track you and stuff. So that's a reason. I would say that's
there's a lot of you know, people talking about that and documents and things like that, saying that they have bunkers and things like that they would just, you know, like annihilate the whole earth and then they would come back up and rebuild and they would like control everything, and and they are already establishing that, like controlling people biologically, you know.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if they have that amount of control, they could theoretically remake the world in their satanic image, and
Exactly.
that's more or less the theory. And I saw that first, believe it or not. May sound goofy. It's like one of those zombie flicks, right? Movies,
Yeah.
and it's like Resident Evil. I don't know if you watch those things and or if you know about that, but the last Resident Evil movie, I think 2016,
Yeah.
and I saw that and I watched that, and there's a part when the owner of the company, like Umbrella, like the chemical, right, and pharmaceutical company, said, they're like the biggest company in the world and all that, and they're like a monopoly, and they say, well, the world is going to shit, everything is like, there's that fake narrative about global warming and things like that, but
Yeah.
the world's gonna end anyway. They reach that conclusion, and what was striking to me is that the guy, in the scene, he had a Bible on the table. He points
Yeah.
to the Bible. He
Yeah.
points to the Bible and says, "Oh, this has been done, before with great success, a
Yeah.
controlled apocalypse, and we build, an ark, and we go, we survive and kill everyone,
Yeah.
but on our terms, not on the terms of God, but on our. So the people who produce these movies, they are in on it, a lot of them,
100%.
so they might actually think that, like, verbatim, like,
Yeah.
that's
For sure. They're
that's
very
why.
spiritual people, without a doubt. I don't think you can argue that. Who do
Yeah,
this?
and using the Bible on the scene and all that, those people might read the Bible and
Yeah.
understand the Bible, and
Yeah.
it's kind of, before I was like really into it, it started like the end of next year, like I began to go more and more into the Bible. Before that, I was kind of scared about that concept, because then it's like, wow, we're doomed, right? These people are going to do this, and we can't do anything. But the more I went into the Bible and all of that, I realized that God's more powerful than that. Has to be, right? So
Yeah, I would say it's almost coming down to those two options at this point, and both, that's reasonable, like we don't know what's going to happen for sure. It sort of makes sense from an earthly perspective, because it's basically like Satan's playground. Like, they're trying to make heaven here, with whatever. So, and then they're like, they're only allowed to invite a certain number of people. Okay. And then it's the same in the kingdom. Like, God only invites a certain type of person, and then you have to fit those criteria, ultimately seek in spirit and in truth. Like I said, that's the only thing that is required. It sounds so simple, but it's not that easy, because if we all did it, then we wouldn't have this place like the way it is. So yeah. I think essentially they're trying to make a place that they're going to enjoy. Like I said, like I read earlier, like their generations will endure forever. And so it makes sense, for sure, that's what they're doing. And then that's what occupies their time, and then they realize, okay, well, how much more can they build? It's like they built up, a lot of very, very nice places for them to go and visit, and yachts and cars and all that. And so there's only a little bit more that they could improve on those things. And so now they're kind of like, okay, let's kind of cut the cord and only invite a certain people to play in our playground, metaphoric playground. So
yeah, I think they have their own elect, right? Their own class of people that they want to be around, and yeah.
Yeah, and I think we all know that. Just one quick comment for people in the chat: if you do want me to write you a medical exemption, I've tried to do it for a few people, and we're going to see if it works. So I have no issues doing that for anybody, wherever you are on the earth. You don't have to suck up to me and say, TMoG, I love all your channel, I love all your videos. You can say, I hate you, you're annoying as hell, but I'll still write it, because I don't want people to have to go through that. So I don't care what your religious position is or anything like that. And I do, we've tried with a few people, and then I'll keep people up to date. I obviously won't reveal who those people are, but I'll let you know if it works, but I've been writing them for a few people. And so
I also have some of these if people want. So it's not written by me, but I have like links from people that wrote it. So if people want it, I also can. give.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to try. You know, I think the religious one is a little bit better than the medical one, because obviously the medical one, you probably have to go to an actual doctor.
Yeah, I went to various websites, and they say that it's like nigh impossible to prove exemption by medical.
Yeah.
So it's much better to use the religious one. And in Europe, they're using in a lot of countries the vegan thing.
That's
So
smart.
if you're, it's kind of bizarre because the Catholics, they can't claim that because they are like the Catholic Church doesn't doesn't say that they will write down like they're not going to give the exemption. So a lot of people are having to say that they're vegan to get the exemption. So it's crazy. Yeah.
The thing that's tricky, and then I did research on this, is that they're not disclosing what's in this, because if it was pork, it would be so easy because all the Muslims could say no, and then we could say we obey the law now. But they're iffy as to whether it's in it or not. So it is in a lot of the older ones that haven't gone worldwide. So big shocker, right? How convenient. Okay, they're not telling us what's in it, kind of thing. But
but almost every vaccine has porcine. So
100%, yeah. For sure.
It's like, of course, this one has. So
yeah, even if they don't tell you, I mean, of course it has it in. Really, they stopped doing that all of a sudden.
Yeah, there are videos. The nurses trying to find out the list of ingredients, and they open up the little vaccine box, and and they look they look in, and it's like blank pages. There's there's nothing written in it. So
and pork would actually be like a good thing relative to the other things that are in it, because pork, at least we know what it is, kind of thing. I'm not saying it's good, but I mean, who knows what's in that stuff?
I mean, the heavy metals are like for your health the worst thing. Like the heavy metals, the mercury and all of that. Of course, this one actually bypasses your DNA with the mRNA technology and makes it's like. For example, you have a Coca-Cola factory, and then a guy from a Pepsi factory takes over your cell to make Pepsi, but your cell, it's something like that. I like to use that analogy because people, sometimes don't get it, but it's like these guys, these overlords, they're like injecting instructions to your cells that only your DNA should be allowed to issue, So
yeah, exactly.
If
that's not control over your body, I don't know what is. Like the thing about the microchip is that if everybody has it, it actually makes for a potentially safer world, but it has to be everybody. I'm talking about the judges, the police, all the criminals, and then the tracking has to be open source. Who would agree to that? Okay. It's like somebody could then, your wife or whatever can go and find out, oh, let me see, where my husband was all day today, kind of thing. You would have the most insane society. Okay. And so they're obviously not going to make it open source so you can find out where all the leaders are, the government leaders and all that.
Yeah, of course. They are abolishing privacy, but not for them, of course.
Yeah, exactly. So let's just say that were the case. That would sort of make sense, but like that's not going to happen. And so what's more sinister, putting a thing here that you don't, wave around your credit card? And that's something that they didn't address. I noticed that they cut me off in that, and they live in that area. So they're familiar with Amazon technology, that there's technology now where you just put your palm over a scanner and it can access your credit card. So why would you ever need to put anything in your hand?
Yeah. In South America, I think since the 2010s or something like that, they have been using like these hand scan technologies to for normal bank accounts and things like that, because there there's a lot of crime and things like that. So they have been using them.
They could just scan your hand, and like they could do it even by your eyes or they don't have to put it in your skin, is what I'm trying to say. Let's say control, they would never
I mean, you already have unique things on your your fingertips, like it's
exactly. It would not make sense. And so that's the reason why it's sort of a now or never situation with the Bible. And so that's amazing, pop some popcorn, pull up a chair. I'm watching too, like this crazy.
Yeah. That's basically what I've been doing now. Like my channel has been like, I've recently started, populating my channel with some of those videos about oh, the mark, the thing, right? The
Yeah.
thing is going to come out this way, or I've been doing that just to catalog, the steps, right? And I've been watching it, so yeah, that's what I've been doing. So
That's amazing, man. So I want people to know, when I interact with the Hebrews and other people, just because I teach some of what they teach doesn't mean that I'm aligned with them. I want people to know, I think it's very clear what our job is in the times that we live in now is to go to all these quote actors and learn from them. And God's doing this. He's putting us in a maze. Okay. And then we're all supposed to help each other if we're genuine truthers. But all these people are actors and view me as an actor. Okay. But then your job is to go and pick and piece it together and then ultimately hopefully lead you back to God. So that's what's going on. Okay. Notice how Deacon got really offended that I told him I've learned from you. And he's like, well, why aren't you a Patreon? Okay. Well, why don't you come and kiss
yeah. Why don't you pay me, right?
Yeah. We're not kissing the ring of anybody, not you idiots. Okay. Russian Kids has taught me a ton of truth. I've unsubbed and I don't really follow what he's doing either. Okay. Because he's into a lot of other different things. So that's the point of what's going on. And but I want people to know that statement that he made was very telling. That's not the way Christ is. Okay. Oh, I taught you all this stuff. Where's my money? Okay. Pay me. It's okay. Send me money to my bank account. Where do we see that in the scriptures? Okay. Sometimes he would even tell people, don't even tell them what I did. Okay. Because he doesn't want his fame to grow beyond that one person. Keep that between you and I. Okay. So this is the God that we're serving. And all these people are just actors. Okay. I do it because I have time. Okay. So I don't want people to think that there's anything going on except for the fact that I'm bored. Okay. And today I genuinely had a question for him and I got that answered, but it had nothing to do with the mark of the beast. Cause I think we all know that we're witnessing right before our very eyes. So
yeah, the fact that he has a lot of reach, makes him, and it shouldn't make him, but it makes him like he's scared of saying certain things because he doesn't want to lose the people that he already gathered. So
yeah,
I think that's the dynamic going on there. So
I have a feeling they're going to start losing them soon though, because that's what's scary about the world. And it's hitting home, especially here in Houston, because we have a big medical center here, actually the biggest medical center in the world. And so do you think all of them are just going to bend over for this? They're worried just like we are what it is. So there's a lot of people who are facing life and death situations. Okay. And then they can't go to that kind of a deacon and get any real answers. He's going to tell them to just, whatever. Okay, go. They were basically advertising for faking a vaccine card. That was their defense. Okay, well, this can't be because you could go get a fake vaccine card and then sneak around it. Really? That's what I was getting from these guys. Oh my God, dude. Crazy.
But I mean, he said that people could still, get delivery. Did you know that, Klaus Schwab, the guy from the World Economic Forum, the thing about, you're going to be happy and you have nothing and be happy, you won't nothing and be happy. That guy. So he said that he's trying to immunize, quote unquote, the cyberspace, right? So he started talking about IDs to log on to the internet. So he's talking about limiting the access of people that have extremist views or are anti-Semitic or are potential hackers, quote unquote, from accessing the internet. And the way he's going to do that is through the internet service provider, so the ISP. So the thing that he's saying might be, it's a loophole, but it might be cut off soon. I mean, it seems very far-fetched now that, for example, you're going to wake up one day and you want to log onto the internet, and if you don't have the jab or something like that, you can't log in or something. But it might become something like that in the future. So it's possible that the delivery loophole might be closed.
You know what's crazy, man? JQ, is like, what is alarming to even me is how quickly this whole thing happened. I think everybody sort of knew that the governments don't care about people, but I think all of us collectively are amazed at how fast they did this. It's so crazy. Like now they can accomplish anything, which is what you're getting at. And I agree. I mean, they could literally make up any stupid thing before you do this kind of thing or whatever. Okay. And that's incredible, And
they have total control of the world, and they can do anything. And, if you don't go along, and you're going to have severe, life ending probably, consequences, right?
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah,
gonna
just
happen.
posted a video today. They said, and they're telling us what they're doing. That's what's also kind of scary about this. They're just matter of fact about it. They're like, oh, if you don't get it, then your life is going to be significantly altered.
I think it has to do, something about the fact that, when a magician is trying to do like a trick, like
Yeah,
and
exactly.
show you,
Yeah.
he wants you to know that it is fake, but he doesn't want you to know, or at least think that it's fake. Well, what's the trick that he's using? But you know that there's a trick, but you don't see it, and the magician likes to, that dynamic. He wants you to question it, but at the same time believe it and follow it. Like, shut up. Yeah, it's fake, but shut up and do it. And
power,
I think
people who want power don't really get off on doing it passively. They like, even if you just watch people who commit those kind of crimes where they're really just care about the power, they want to let people know that they have it, and they enjoy it. It's like they really get off on that. And that's what's incredible about Christ, is that he shied away from that, even though he had power, to do lots of things, but he actually would kind of go away, and then only attract a small group of people, and didn't, leverage that, and all that kind of stuff. And that's an amazing thing about Christ. And then that shows that God's left and right hand side operate very differently.
Yeah, because he wants to go away from fame, and these people want to embrace fame, and and because fame corrupts, right? I mean, when you have an audience, and when you have people that like you for the wrong reasons, for example, there's a lot of that. And for example, you have thousands of people liking you, but maybe they like you for the wrong reasons, and they follow you, and you start to modulate your ways, right? Your way of being for those people, like you are like some kind of clown, basically.
Mm-hmm. And here's a good verse, JQ, to understand this is exactly what we're talking about here. Philippians 2:6. This explains it. Who, being in the very nature of God, did not consider equality with God something to be used to his own advantage. I read that in the NIV just to kind of make it more clear, but that's the God of the Bible. Okay. I'll read it in the King James. Who, being in the form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God. Okay, so he did not exercise his authority to then go and control people and manipulate them. What did he say? If you love one another, then it's proof that we interacted. Okay, that's the stamp. Okay, of the right hand side, and so it's very clear what's going on. To me, like in the world. Okay. So the people that are genuine, you're not part of a clique, or like all this kind of stuff or whatever, all these alphabet soups, count yourself very, very lucky. The more alone and isolated you feel, I know it's scary, but just know that that's a good thing. Count yourself in a very, very esteemed group that God would actually put you in a corner potentially by yourself to rescue you. That's what's going on. Just know that for sure.
Yeah, right now I'm in a situation that I'm really, being put off in a corner in my life. I mean, regarding my family and everyone else. So yeah, I feel that, and it can be scary, as you say, but it's also a sign that, you are being repelled by the world, and the world right now is so satanic that, yeah, that's a good thing, right? I mean, you don't want to be part of that. So
yeah. I almost wish that the decision wasn't made for me. I almost wish I had a big, revenue stream and a happy or sort of life or whatever. So this is why it's sometimes hard for me, because the decision was made for me, to not be interested in this world.
Yeah, that's the same thing with me, I didn't decide to drop out of everything and, just hoard my, my little savings and wait. Right? That's the position I'm now. I literally just have 14,000, less than that, I guess. And that's all I have. And I may get some money from my, my grandfather, here and there, $100, $200.
Yeah.
And other than that, I don't have any more, any other sort of income. So it's like I can make this last 6 months, maybe maximum.
Yeah.
And not more than that, that's maximum.
That's what's crazy. It's it's like, that's why if this is not the end times, I don't think that there is an end times. And I don't say that in any like arrogant way, but it's just like a numbers game at this point. You know, it's like a financial thing. So that's
because if people want to survive after this, they're gonna have to go underground or like going to the wild or something. There's no other way to avoid the thing and live. I mean, if you're in a city, you're gonna be rounded up literally. So you know
what's scary, JQ? They may actually come and find us. Let's just say people started doing that. I would not be surprised if you're by yourself, you know, in some forest, and then all of a sudden you see like some helicopter come, you know, with like food on it. You know, it's like, oh, hey, you know, are you social distancing? Like, where's your mask and stuff like that?
Yeah,
I would not be surprised, dude. They start like throwing masks down, you know, from the helicopter. Sick, dude.
Yeah. And they're gonna point a gun at you and say, "Put the mask on," before they approach you to inject you. So
yeah, exactly.
That's basically the order of events. Like
they're coming for us, man. You know, it's crazy, dude. Man,
we're gonna be hunted down wherever we go, and it's crazy. So
yeah,
we don't have any connection. We're not rich. We can't buy an island, and even if we did, I mean,
yeah.
You would have to have one of those nukes, right, to repel them. So, and even that maybe, you know, because I'm hearing about a lot of millionaires like buying islands and things like that.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. How everyone that has a little bit of sense knows what's going on, you know.
The way I see
heard
it, to make it obvious. He has to make it obvious for us that we're not like kind of confused or whatever. So this could not be more obvious. And people out there who are flat earthers, this is what I also mentioned to him. Notice how the only people who are really pushing that the mask and this is evil are flat earthers. Wow, that's a big coincidence. Okay. And notice how very few of them are talking about how big of a deal. I don't know anybody who's got that stuff or whatever. So, wow, that's a big coincidence. And so why is that? Okay. And then why was the flat earth brought out by quote unquote white people? What's up with that? Okay. And then Rob Skiba prophesied this. So what's going on? What's really going on? I want people to know we know what's going on. All these people are actors. Okay. God's not trying to recruit actors for the kingdom so we can be subject to more actors. Okay. Trust me, that's not what God needs. Okay. The actors, we don't need those people anymore. We want to report to Christ. That's what it is. Okay. So we don't have to
because it doesn't make sense that we go to the kingdom of heaven and we have to deal with Satanism. I mean, Satanism needs to be eliminated completely. You know?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I get on people who say like, oh, there's going to be a millennial kingdom and then Satan's going to be loosed for another round of deception. Just hearing that makes me tired. I'm like, really? So we're going to have 1,000 years of paradise and then Christ is going to let loose his demons for more trickery. It's like, dude, stop. You know, it's like, no, we're not. That's not the correct breakdown. Person.
Yeah. When we look at that, I mean, imagine you know, in the kingdom, like 1,000 years, and it's the last year. You're immortal, right? You wait from the fruit of life and all of that.
Yeah.
And you know, it's the last year. Like you're on year 999. Like it's the last one. And you keep anxious. Oh no, the devil's gonna come back, and it's crazy, right? I mean,
it doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
and then we have somebody in the chat saying the shape is a distraction. It's not. Okay, so without the flat stationary Earth, TMoG would go and take that. If the Earth was a spinning ball, and let's say I was forced to, and I had a job and I had a comfortable life here, and I was forced to. Let's just say I was forced to. The only way that I would do it is if the Earth was a spinning ball, because then the Bible's not true. And I would not worry about its judgments because the God of the Bible is completely out of his mind. A lot of us are not into this and this because of the flat stationary Earth. So people in the chat are saying it's a distraction. You're a distraction. Okay. You're a Satanist. The Earth shape matters a lot. And it's what's woken us up to the Bible to consider it. You know, I didn't really take the Bible seriously throughout my life until I needed an answer for the flat stationary Earth. Okay.
Yeah. That's the same with me. I mean, if that didn't happen, I would never, for example, take Genesis, like, you know, really that seriously, because if you think it's a globe, you're gonna think, oh, it's all metaphor and it's all like poetry or something.
Exactly.
You're not gonna take any of that literally, and that's the problem.
How can we trust somebody who's narrating the scene that they're making, and then they claim that they control everything in the scene, but the scene that they told us is wrong? It's like, well, who cares what the narrative is? Okay, you're an idiot. Okay, so it doesn't make any sense. So that is so pivotal, because it's like JQ saying, it's the very first few words of the Bible. If you open up a book and say, "Oh, the sky is purple," like, would you keep reading and take it seriously? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
It's so important, and that's the decision maker for me, that it's not a decision anymore. It doesn't matter what happens in my body or anything. I literally can't take that or this or whatever people think it is. Okay. Or in my leg or anywhere. Doesn't matter. Okay. Because we know God exists. A lot of us know God exists. We don't believe in God. We know a God exists. We're just trying to see which one and when is he going to visit. That's really all that's remaining for us to know or to experience. But the shape matters. Okay. And people that come by and say that, you're not going to get much credit here.
Yeah, a good I think rule of thumb I would say is that if something that someone earthly told you contradicts the Bible, you shouldn't believe that person. I think that
exactly.
I think that should be like a rule of thumb.
And I would say people do that. That's why I'm a bit sticky with my doctrine, because I want to make sure that what I believe is true. And so if somebody says one thing, even if their doctrine is okay, but they act crazy, like End Times Teacher acts crazy, then I know that he's going to have other stupid things that he teaches. And so,
I think that what he did was really bizarre. I don't know why he did that. So.
He's just an actor, like that's God's left-hand side. That's God's left-hand side is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Yeah.
I think he was trying to provoke Flat Earth Boxer, but I just didn't think that was like necessary. I was even going to comment like, why did you do that? But I didn't even say anything. But
that's their job. That's the same with Sicarii. They're attracting 200 or 300 people, right? So they have to put on a show. It has to be entertaining. And then that's not the way the truth is. That's why Christ had very, very few people actually who followed him, because it's not theater. Okay. He's going to get right into the crux of the matter. He's not going to talk in circles and dance. Hey, what's your net worth? Maybe I can get some money from you. And it's not.
Yeah, but that is very true, because, when I, go to talk to people about all of this, they really, they can't keep up, right? They find it boring, like in the first few sentences, because it's not entertainment. Yeah. And they're used to, 24 hours, per day entertainment, like movies and, funny videos on YouTube and things like that. And you talk about something that is slightly, not, entertainment. They turn off. Their brains just don't compute anything anymore. So,
yeah. That's why I love having a boring channel, okay? Because then it's only like a few people that will understand it. And I want people to know, God could make the two witnesses in the last days be able to heal and get a following and, dress really nice and have a nice car and all that. And then some of the world will be like, hey, where'd you get that money? And then they might want to learn from them and all that. But the Bible says they're going to be dressed like sackcloth. They're going to look poor. Okay. That's by design. Okay. And that God's not going to remix the way he operates, because that's the way he's been doing it from the beginning. So why would you change?
I mean, for example, when I go to read the Bible, I don't know if you're familiar with David Icke. Do you know?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay. So that guy, he is really entertaining to listen to. I mean, I like listening to that guy. I mean, he talks about all these things and he gets angry, and it's funny. Like, he gets worked up, and but the thing is, you juxtapose the Bible to that guy, and it's like, it's entertaining to listen to that guy, but you're not getting the truth, right? He's talking about the narrative and all that. You're not getting the truth, but people will 100 to 1 listen to that guy than go to, for example, read even a page of the Bible in one day.
Agreed.
That's a problem, because it's boring. Because you know what they want? They want clowns, like the Catholic Church is doing. They want clowns, like preaching the gospel and doing tricks in front of the Pope. Yeah, that's ridiculous, and that's what they're doing.
That's what fundamentally the world. It's like, show us what you can do to entertain us, and then we'll pay you. That's what the world is.
Everyone wants a jester, a court jester, and
Exactly. And if you're not one of those people, then just slap a mask on and just do your job and shut up, kind of thing. So, you know, that's the way it is. And so that's really the spirit of this entire world.
Yeah. I mean, it's not, you know, it's not anything new talking about the 501(c) church and the Catholic Church or whatever. You know, they're all possessed, right, by demons and all of that. We all know that. But I like to point out that, you know, they really, you know, people who still go there, I mean, they're insane. Seeing all this coming out, I just like to point out because it's blatant, the evil, even hardcore Christians that I know, like from the church, right, from the 501(c) and the Catholic Church, you know, like hardcore Catholics, they're starting to criticize the Pope and everything about the church more and more now because of that scandal with the traditional mass. I don't know if you heard about that.
No.
But the Pope is clamping down the traditional mass, and you can only, you know, now do the new mass. And the new mass involves clowns, and it involves it's bizarre. Yeah, because in the new mass you can dance around and you can employ clowns, and it's basically like a free for all.
Yeah.
You know, you can do it kind of formal, but you can also employ dances and, you know, crazy things like that.
Yeah.
And the other crazy thing about these are that you can do LGBTQ masses.
Yeah.
Too. For people, it's crazy. So
they would be the first people
that
to ordain that group without a doubt. You know.
Yeah.
Like if they were to go on further, 100%.
Yeah. The point I'm trying to get across is that this is like God's mercy to these deceived people because they see all that and they can come out of that. So it's much easier now to, ignore and reject and rebuke the church than, 1 year ago. Like in 1 year,
100%.
the church has done so much in 1 year, like pushing the masks and pushing.
Yeah.
All of that.
JQ, you see those videos that I mirror about Francis Collins. He's like one of the poster boys for evangelical Christianity. And he looks an old kind of grandfatherly kind of guy. And he's getting irritated, he's like, just take it, and all that. So they're needed, man, to make this happen, or else the Bible couldn't come true. If even a third of the Christians said no, I mean, the Bible couldn't come true. So
before I decided to drop out of college and all of that, because, I'm a young guy and, I was in college and all that. Mm-hmm. But, before that, because I thought it was all ridiculous, like going to college was ridiculous, and the people there and it's all like you say, talking in circles, and you don't really learn anything. And, in 1 day, it's so ridiculous that in 1 day, you don't study the whole semester, and in 1 day you can study for the test. I mean, why did you stay 6 months studying that subject?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I'm intelligent and I can do it, but for me, that thing was like torture. It's like, why do I have to come? Because if you don't go, and then some teachers say, oh, you didn't come, and, and people get angry at you, oh, you don't go to the classes and you get good grades. And it's social pressure all the time. And, that was kind of hell for me. And I was, since the beginning of this narrative, I was, wishing, why doesn't it go faster? Like, why?
Me too.
Why don't I get an email saying you have to take the thing, otherwise you can't even step in? I would praise God, I would get on my knees and I would say, thank God,
But dude, that's coming because I saw videos today that in the next few weeks they're going to have full FDA approval. So that email is coming for everybody. You're not going to.
Yeah. I mean, I already took the decision to preemptively leave that because I don't want to have anything hanging. I don't want to have, and I don't want to wear masks anymore. So I'm done with that. So
yeah, I'm not either. I'm done with it. Even have to stay at home and order food or whatever. Now, at the beginning, I didn't really fully know what it was and all that. I think we had a sense that it was stupid, but now, especially because I teach it and all that kind of stuff, that's why.
But I mean, ever since I started, watching your videos and all that, we related a lot, with the way we we see this world, and the way it afflicts us. So
Yeah.
that was one of the points that made me, you can look at my my channel. I didn't even post things. And
yeah, dude, I'll post your link to your channel just so people can subscribe.
oh, okay. So but it's mainly a channel for I started posting things about the news and things, but
Yeah.
that's very recent, like 1 week ago or so. So I started it recently, but it's because you inspired me, because you were saying that, I see very few people speaking against that from a spiritual perspective. I see a lot of people saying, oh, it damages your health. Oh, it's bad. You see a lot of that. But to come at it from this perspective, that it's harmful for your soul, that's not that many people. I would say I can count on my fingers the people that I know against that because of spiritual reasons.
Yeah.
And the fingers on one hand, like,
Yeah, and
I
I
think
just
that
think for me, I just don't like when people say stuff and then they don't have any kind of channel, and it's I just don't know whether to assume that they're like a real person. That's what you don't have to really.
yeah, I mean, I didn't have that because I really wasn't generally on YouTube
Yeah.
that much anymore, because they kept banning me for my content. So I just gave up on it, like,
Yeah.
and I never went back again. But then I saw your channel because the FEB, incidentally, he posted a thing on his a playlist, and
Mhm.
it included one of your videos. It was that 2 hour and a half video about, that you said, if this is not it, the Bible is evil. I think that's the first video. Yeah, that's the first video I ever watched of yours. So that was really eye opening. Especially finding someone else that has the mindset, like the eschatological mindset, that kind of lines up with what I was feeling like
Mhm.
deep inside. So
I would say the characteristics, the way I would describe God's right hand side, just not even take the Bible apart, and all that tribe and Edomites and all that. If you're a person out there, and there's lots of people like this, okay, I'm not trying to say that there's only like a few. If you're the type of person who likes to learn things and then share it, that's a good sign. First, I'll take that as a characteristic. One. Next, you're a generous person. Wherever you can, help out people. That's a good sign. Okay. And then if you're a truther, if you experience truth and you don't reject it and then hide it or try and make money off of it, you go to the next one, even if it's painful, and you don't have time. These are the few characteristics that I would say that's what I would ask somebody if they're on God's right hand side. Okay. And then the thing about YouTube is that it's not actually really a good place, because a lot of people are not like that, because it's like a business and it's about traffic and all that kind of stuff. But the few people out there that have those characteristics, which I would say I try to at least embody, you can't see those on YouTube or whatever, but then I would say I don't care what skin color that person is. Like I don't care. I wouldn't look in the mirror and be like, oh, I have these characteristics, but I'm a little lighter than these other people who claim that they're the children of God. But I don't care. If I'm behaving like that better than them, I'll be like, they're finished. They're toast. Okay. I want people to have that kind of boldness. God's not going to look down on the earth. First of all, he made us, so he's not confused. Okay. He's not going to look down and be like, oh, these people, they have quite a big following. Okay. And then they have all these breakdowns and all that kind of stuff. And the guy went into the NIV. Okay. That's when I won the debate. When those guys started reading up the NIV, I was like, really?
Yeah. I mean, he could have pulled up the Hebrew text, and then you could say, okay, it's the Hebrew, but why go to the NIV? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. So
yeah. It's the problem. This is the amazing thing about the Bible, is that it's actually very simple. It's like the people that were healed in Jesus's time, they didn't have to give like all the doctrines and the breakdowns and how many followers you have. They just said, this man over there healed me. That's my testimony. Okay. And then that's it. Okay. It's simple. Okay. So if you're deeper into those things, it doesn't hurt to go and talk to them, but that's not what God expects. The only reason I mentioned the part of the elect and all that is to let people know the time period that we're in. Look up more than you look around. Okay. Look around because we have to be safe, but look up more. Okay. That's it. So that's why I say that kind of stuff. And then obviously to build a sense of anticipation, because any leadership better than this one. any amount.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and there's no way that this is it, like in the sense that this is the best that God can do. Like our experiences here, being a slave and then now waking up to the truth, and then now we're being persecuted for like basic obvious questions. That can't be the best that God can do. No way. Really? How? Okay, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's actually the best of Satan, I would say.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, going into a little bit about the content that I used to do. It's basically that thing on the first video. I don't think you saw it. Maybe you did, but the first video I had on my channel for like over a year, about I put the title "Pig Burning Tutorial," basically to evade things. But if you look at the description, it more or less elucidates what it's about. So it's about the thing about World War II and the atrocity, the six thing. I don't want to say it because they could literally ban your channel, like. So, no, I just want to say it's content related to that and debunking that, and that's more or less the thing I used to do, right? Up until 2020.
For people to do that, just do it for yourself. Like you're not going to win anybody over. Like you may find a like-minded person, but if I didn't come across certain people, it's not that God would have hated me or anything. Like even if I was still, I was never a ball earther. A lot of us were never ball earthers, so we were never in sin. We didn't think about it. We didn't know that we were being deceived. So what, God's going to get mad? So if you don't know, or no one's ever taught you, that doesn't mean you're a bad person. Okay. But treat flat earth as a gift, because God's kind of leading us with breadcrumbs down a more truthful path, of course. So, it's a double-edged sword kind of thing, but that's the way it is. Treat your channel.
I just started doing that. I mean, I think 2019, 2020, because I wanted to wake people up, because people were going to those people that now inhabit what we call Israel, right? And they were worshiping them. Literally, I saw people left and right worshiping them because of something that happened in World War II. So I was trying to just get them off that trance, so to speak. But of course, YouTube bans that very quickly. It's one of the things that they ban more quickly than anything. So I just wanted them to, stop thinking about that. And
yeah, I think a lot of that stuff too, it's good for us when you have that kind of stuff, because it just sort of reminds you of things that, that's the way I view my channel, is almost like a diary. And so when I watch it, of course, it's mostly ridiculous, but pretty much everything's ridiculous now. So I just have to look at the titles and I'm like, okay, well, like this is pretty much stupid kind of thing. Really, none of it makes any sense anymore. I feel very, very sad for young people who have to go through this and they don't know what the hell's going on. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm young, and it's hard because you don't have the platform. For example, a person that's 40, 50 years old, they probably have some funds and they have more friends or something like that. And, maybe that doesn't, that doesn't help that much, but, the experiences, I mean, they make it more, for example, easier to navigate. Like, for me, the social experience that I have is not as, for example, my grandfather. He can be anything. I even said that he did evil stuff in one of the comments, and maybe it's that he's evil and all that, but he has that experience. He's very good talking to people. He's very good socializing. So, for example, if let's say we are wrong, like, in 6 months and we are not taken, or, this is not it.
Yeah.
Let's say we're wrong. Those people that have more experience and they wake up to the truth, even if partially, they will have a better chance.
Agreed. Yes.
That's what I'm saying. The young people are not going to have that much of a chance. So, for example, you drop out of college like me. What are you going to do? You're going to go and, let's say this blows over. You're going to go and work at a fast food joint. Is that what we're going to do? That's the situation, like, that I'm staking my life on it, literally, that it is it.
And I want people to know that God's not offended if we call a place boring that he describes hell. What's he going to do? Get mad? Oh, what, you're insulting a place that I called hell that you're supposed to hate? He'll be like, why do you like, I'm not talking to Jewish questions, just the audience in general. He's like, why are you shilling for this place? Okay. It's like, what's wrong with you? Okay. We were not designed to be paid with our own money, barely anything, to go and be a slave. Okay. And then be told what you can and cannot do and where you can and cannot go and all that kind of stuff. And then they don't even tell us about our surroundings, which is the most sinister. That's just from the get-go. Okay. Because if we knew that we were on a flat stationary earth from the beginning, we could find other like-minded people and go and explore the place.
Yeah. And you see that lie, that it just compounds because they started the globe and now they're, at the finish line saying we are in a simulation. So
yeah,
it keeps compounding, like it's exponential. The lie keeps getting bigger and bigger, and people are driven more and more.
Yeah, that's the cool thing too. It's the same with money printing. It's like once you start printing a little bit, it's just like a kid who's like, greedy, candy or whatever. It's like they want more and more and more. And it's like if you print at the beginning, then you're like, oh, I just print a bit more. Okay, just print a bit more. And then it's the same with the lies. They can't get smaller or whatever. I saw that they're going to start naming the next variants after constellations. Okay, they're going to name them like Pluto. Okay, we have the Pluto variant and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because the Greek alphabet, it's going to end. So
yeah,
they need something else, right?
Dude, the next generation is going to be trying to fight off like the Neptune virus or the Neptune variant. So good luck to those people, man. Holy crap. Dude.
No, and there are going to be people screeching about it, and you got to wear a mask because of the Neptune variant, and it's crazy.
Exactly. So, I think for people out there, this is an incredible time to be alive because we're allowed to complain, and then we're allowed to complain directly to God. That's amazing. Okay.
Yeah, because there's no one else, right?
Who's going to listen? Who is going to listen? No one. And then even if they did listen, what JQ was saying, let's say we could get all the righteous people together in one city. What would we do? Okay, would we like create a power grid? Like how many generations would that take for us to learn all that and all that kind of stuff? So again, I'm not trying to be a defeatist, but just think about this logically. Okay. So obviously individuals maybe can do things and live off the land, and that's fine. And people have already done that. Credit to people who've done that. That's great. But that's not a solution for now, the billions of people, that are in.
Yeah. Billions of people cannot do what, off the grid people are doing. So
yeah, exactly.
And math.
So that would actually destroy the system, just that alone, if people even did that. So that's not in Bible prophecy, which would be amazing if people did do that. But God would then need to enable that, give them first a place to go and then a way to eat and all that kind of stuff. So
yeah, if this is not it, he could do that, but I don't think that's in the cards. So
no,
that he's gonna allow people to run away, and
No.
I mean, if we think about this like physically, logically, how is anyone going to be able, like, people like they're teenagers, they run away from their family that got the thing, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Is that person going to be able to buy land? And that's insane. It's not going to happen.
It's very sinister, and it's all very coordinated because from the beginning, actually, the reason that this worked is that we weren't allowed to ask questions at an earlier age. Because if we did ask questions, we could then make some plans to slowly over time, even if we had a job, but part-time, we met with like-minded people and planned whatever, like a cabin in the middle of whatever, and we bought a generator and whatever, like we found like-minded people. That's the problem, is that all these truths are coming bang, bang, boom, boom, right after one and the other. And we've already been so integrated into this system. And so God wins. Okay. We shake his hand.
Like this year has been an overdose of truth for me. Like it's literal overdose.
Yeah. And it's not stopping. It's not stopping every day. It's crazy, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Every day something new comes out and confirms something. And it's just incredible.
It's amazing that people that I used to trust, for example, like Ravi Zacharias, I really looked up to him. I was like, man, this is a guy that I would love to be like, minister of God. And like, he spoke at my wedding and all that. I was like, oh man, this guy's so great. Find out like a year or so ago, the guy's like a predator. Okay. And like, there's stories like that coming out all the time now. you know, people that we used to trust and all that.
Yeah, basically a false prophet, right?
Yeah, and Francis Collins was somebody in grad school that we heralded in our Christian groups. We were like, oh, look at Francis Collins. He's a PhD. He's a Christian. He's mapped out the sequencing of the genomes and all that. This is the guy that we should aspire to or whatever. Now look at the guy. Okay, we're scared of that guy. Get the hell away from me. So it's amazing how things crumble. You know, all the structures are crumbling for us. We have to deal with it, you know, and be responsible emotionally and like try and keep it together. But if you're not holding it together, don't be upset. You know, it's a lot to deal with. Okay. All the structures that we've built up are crumbling right before our very eyes. Okay. That's a lot to deal with. Okay. So even Deacon Sicarii and all these people that follow people like that, and they start having to meet the rubber, that they get that email that we talk about, like, you no jab, no job. Where are they going to go? They're going to go to Deacon's house and sleep at his house or whatever. Like, what are they going to do for you? Okay.
Yeah,
so I'm not trying to make light of it, but that's the times that we live in now, or the rubber's beating the road, so to speak.
Exactly. You know, I was talking to FEB about that thing, about the, you know, how it works, the mRNA thing. But, you know, people, they don't really care about that.
Yeah.
They really don't, you know, if the people that are adamant about this, because I think the first point of, concession to this whole system is even believing that there is a virus in the first place. If you believe that, it's basically over, because you're going to cover your face because you're around people, or, you know, if you believe that.
That's the thing for me. Oh, sorry to keep going. My bad.
Oh, no, yeah, I just gonna finish here and you can go on. So basically, what happens is, if you concede there is a virus, but you don't concede anything else, it's like, okay, I believe this little lie, this small part of the big lie, and I don't believe the rest. But the fact that you believe that small part makes you liable to get tricked into the big lie again in the future. Like this Delta thing, there are a lot of people that say, oh, I'm not gonna get it, the thing, and I'm not going to wear the mask, I'm gonna do everything I can. But when they announced this Delta thing, they started going crazy, like wearing the mask and doing the hand rubbing thing, and it's just crazy. These people that say that they are, oh, I'm on the side of truth, I'm against the thing, but they believe there's a virus. They're gonna get hoodwinked, sooner or later.
Yeah,
they believe that.
And this is the thing for me, is that even this is the way my brain works. I set up two situations. It's like, even if it was legit, this is not the right way to handle it. Like we would have to look at alternative rest, like good food and all that. And so whether it's real or not, it's the same answer for me, because I wouldn't agree with the narrative both ways. So it, again, that's
but
a lot of these things, because they're so ridiculous.
Yeah, the problem for most people is that they believe there is a virus, that it is deadly, and that they believe the way the media describes the virus. So if they say it kills you like quickly and it infects everyone, and it's that propaganda that the media does, so they get afraid. And when they get afraid, the responses are not going to be rational, right? Mm-hmm. And they're going to go into their little scheme. They're going to revert back to doing whatever they want. That's why I don't like to concede ground on the fact that there is a virus. I don't really like to, because people don't, they are not rational enough to deal with that, most people. And say, well, even if there is, I'm not going to do, because people are afraid to die, people are afraid of getting sick, people are afraid, so they don't trust God. They'd rather trust Pfizer with their health. So that's the problem. And ultimately, these people are not really Christians. Okay, of course,
100%.
But
somebody in the chat's asking whether we believe that this whole thing is real. The way I would answer that is that it's not real for me, because I haven't encountered anybody who's come across it. So I can't verify everything.
I can give an anecdote about that, and it's something that happened in my life. My stepfather's father, died and they put on the death certificate, they put COVID, right?
Jeez.
But the thing is, you can't know because the test doesn't work, all of those things, right? But ultimately, they have never isolated the virus,
Yeah.
and it's just crazy why they claim. So you know what happened to him? He went in and he had diabetes, right? So he went into the hospital and he had a problem with his kidneys because of the high level of glycose, because I think he forgot to take one of his pills or something, and he went in to the hospital and he had 3 bacteria infections. He was being treated with antibiotics, right?
Mhm.
So you have to examine these things really, really carefully, because if the guy had 3 bacteria infections and he had to be treated with antibiotics, and then you do a test and it tests positive for something that you're looking for with 45 flat cycles in a
Yeah.
PCR test that doesn't test for the virus, that doesn't test for anything active, really. It only gets like dead genetic material that is not even related to the virus. So it's all crazy.
Yeah.
And then just because the guy's dressed in white, he has a white shirt, and he
Mhm.
says, "Oh, I'm a doctor," and has a stethoscope around his neck, and he writes in COVID, everyone believes him. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's an
It's
appeal.
amazing.
It's an appeal to authority.
That's why I think the flat earth is such an important thing, because if people are not inclined to believe that there's a worldwide conspiracy, then they would be like, no, there's no way they're making this whole thing up, because how would they accomplish it? But for us as flat earthers, we're like, dude, that's easy. They've already done it. Okay. And then people who already know that the financial system is rigged, then that's even before the flat earth. So it's just getting bigger and bigger, like we've talked about, but it's not that much bigger. Okay. It's really like, how much harder is it to do this than to hide the shape of the earth? It's probably harder.
Yeah, but I think it's like we talked about earlier. Like, it compounds, right? Because if you think the shape of the Earth is a globe, you're gonna be much more inclined to believe what they say about viruses, for example. So, there are people who say that viruses do not even exist in the sense that they say, like they
Yeah.
don't, jump from body to body, and they're like a response, a inflammatory response to, the way you eat or things like that.
Yeah.
So, and then they say, "Wow, but I got sick and my whole family got sick." But maybe your whole family is eating the same thing, for example.
The whole
Yeah,
narrative is ridiculous, dude. They claim this new one jumps faster when so many people have already taken that. So like, how does that work? Okay, so
no. They came out 2 weeks ago, and you know what they said? They said
yeah.
that, "Oh, I'm sorry, the test doesn't differentiate between the flu and the coronavirus."
Right.
No, that's really nice. And,
Yeah.
and people keep believing it. So
It
all
has to
those
be
tests,
ridiculous. It has to be
yeah,
ridiculous.
yeah. I mean, it's on your face, and all of those tests last year that were used, those cases that were used to, instill fear in the population, make people believe it's deadly and all that,
Mhm.
all of them, all of that is fake. They admitted it like last week. And last year they said, "Oh, I'm sorry, 90% of all the cases that we said, are for coronavirus, actually, those were false positives. I'm sorry." And people keep believing it. They don't care.
Dude, this is dude, can you imagine that we'd be sitting here talking about this kind of stuff? Like, even I had these conversations about the flat earth. It's like, who would have thought I'd be like an adult talking about how the ground that I'm standing on is not what I have been told.
Yeah.
Like, it's
Yeah.
crazy, man. It just, to me, I want people to know that the evil is evil, but know that for it to be this coordinated, and I would say stupid but brilliant, there has to be a very infinite power behind it. So if he turns that for only good and we're a part of it, that's amazing, and really we don't have any of the options because they're squeezing out the little bit of good that's here. And so imagine this world imagine all the truthers on YouTube were just gone. Okay. All the people, they hate us. Okay. Oh, you conspiracy nut. Imagine we all just went away. What would the world be like? They would literally start eating each other. Okay. I'll have you for dinner. Okay. That kind of thing. Crazy, dude.
Yeah. but I think, ultimately, if this thing goes on longer and if we are wrong, they
Yeah.
are going to do that anyway. They're going to start killing each other, and they're going to
100%.
start to, fight for the throne or whatever, of their kingdom. And
The Bible actually says in the last of the last days that they will start doing cannibalism because they'll run out of food. So
yeah.
the Bible comes true, and then there's all the famines that it talks about. What else are people going to do? They're not waiting for a kingdom, or a king or anything like that. So what else do you do? Okay, you try and survive. That's how base the people are. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
because if you have no faith, what is left, right? It's
Yeah.
just the flesh, and if it's just the flesh, you're gonna do whatever you can to preserve it, right? That's the thing. But
yeah, I think for people out there, the prediction I made a couple of years ago, it's rock solid. Okay, I made a bold prediction: Christ will return by the end of 2023. And that could be no more accurate. Okay, like I didn't know about this narrative that's happening, but I would take that to the bank and then back and then go back to the bank with that one. Okay,
yeah.
so you don't have to follow mine for this year. That's largely, like I said, boredom and stuff. So people do your thing. But
Yeah, I mean, it is possible. This year is very, very possible because we're gonna have. I think let's say the limit that we're gonna put forth. I think we're gonna renew that estimation, that prediction is gonna be when September hits. Like worldwide,
yeah,
we're gonna see a lot of stuff coming out September that it's just crazy. So you see in England they announced that from September forward they're not gonna accept any more PCR. You're gonna have to take it for a lot of stuff, and in France, starting this month, they only allow you, for example, to go to a shopping mall, okay, if you either test or take it. So take the thing. So it's getting more and more restrictive, and
big time.
And in September 15, I think, France is gonna move on to the thing only. So
Yeah,
or most things. So
yeah,
let's say the thing is closing, like the circle is closing in, and
yeah. At this point they can't slow it down. You know what I mean? Sorry to interrupt, but they pretty much got to go full out now, or just the people win and then it backs off, and then I would say the Bible may not be true, and then you could maybe have a decent life. I think if this doesn't work, then I don't think the world would they'd create checks and balances and just get rid of all the people that are leading us astray, and be like, no, don't ever think about anything like that again.
Yeah, because a lot of people, they don't have this spiritual part, like well developed, and they would go and say, well, we're gonna wait for a leader.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they would put their, like we're talking about with FEB, Flat Earth Boxer. He was saying about talking about Trump, people putting faith in Trump and things like that. I mean, that is literally what
Scary,
most people are doing. Like,
yeah,
they're thinking that some guy is gonna go and come out and save them.
Of all the people, they pick like the biggest clown who clearly doesn't care.
No,
about
because they don't have anyone else. That's a problem.
Yeah, but it's
they're
like
trying to cling.
If they would have picked somebody like Rand Paul or somebody, who like maybe doesn't come across that crazy, I would be like, that sort of makes sense, But Trump,
no, but the thing is, they want someone who is willing. They look at the person and they want someone crazy enough to, because what these people talk about, these Trump guys, these Q guys, they want to kill everyone of the opposition. They just say, oh, I want to go into that Congress. I want to decapitate all of those.
That's why they're trying to lump us in with them, because they want us to be the enemy. You know what I mean? So it makes sense. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Like these people, they put their faith in that because it's like they want mass extermination, and then the other guys on the other side, they want mass extermination for the people that don't get the thing, and everyone wants to kill the other side off, like exterminate.
The whole world is like that, and this is why we understand the Bible coming true, that there's variances everywhere. We see it on YouTube, we see it in your own family. We see it in your job. Yeah. There's some people that want it and some people don't. And then there's variances at every level. Then they're telling us people are bombing, showing us pictures of these bombs may or may not be real. So, I mean, how much more of a divided world could we have? And then the cool thing about us who are on this side is the stuff is so obvious. Like, no, I want my body to function the way it was designed. Is that a big deal? Like, that's a big deal to the world. Like, no, I want my immune system to be strong because of rest, healthy food, and all that. Yep.
So they want to control your very biology. That's why. But I think there is a difference between this theater with Trump and, the people that want everyone to get, that don't want to get the thing, like exterminated. I think that the people at the top, they are like laughing at this because they create this deception. They pit one against the other and they just keep laughing. And it's like a big theater. But I just find it fascinating that most people that are against the thing, they think that there's going to be some savior, and as FEB pointed out, he's no savior. He is the one that rushed and canceled the animal trials. They were going to test that thing in animals first, but then he said no, skip it, just start.
He's like, we have some animals over here. We have some animals over here. That's fine. Okay. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's like that, and Trump did that because he wanted to get that, because he didn't want the person that was going to come after him to take the credit, so he rushed it. It's really insane because he's a megalomaniac. Like, he wants credit for everything, and he wants to be recognized as the savior of America, of the world, and that's one of those things we were talking about before. Like, these people want to be the saviors, right?
Yeah,
they want to save everyone, and they want to be God,
Yeah, exactly.
They want to be recognized as the Messiah, really.
And that's the scary thing about it. I want people to know that Christ is not like that in the Bible, where he does you a favor and you have to go suck up to him for every day for the next 100 years. We don't see that in the Bible. He said, go and give, what the law requires. Okay. And then that sometimes even said, don't tell anybody. And so this system will why and save you, and then you have to blow kisses to them every day and then pay them, and oh my God, thank you, and all that kind of stuff. So that's the way God's left-hand side operates. So we see that.
Yeah, that's a very accurate description. But the thing with these people is that since they don't have the spiritual part, wakened up at all, that's all they're gonna do. They're gonna look after. Oh, I want a Napoleon. Oh, I want Adolf Hitler to save me. I want Trump to save me, because that's all they talk about. They talk about the big guy, that's tough, that kills everyone, and they're gonna save them.
This is what I think is amazing. What they're playing on is that everybody genuinely wants a purpose. That's the way we're built. We want to wake up and help somebody, and have a life, and like be productive. That's part of our nature. And so all these people that get sucked into all these different groups, some of them are like genuine. They just need something to do and productive. I think the people that come by here, we've exhausted all those options. Okay. And we realize there's nothing productive going on here. So we want to report to God and do something productive. And the Bible says, have fruit that will last. Okay. And so if you're like that, don't be offended if other people, or don't be upset or whatever, or dismayed if other people don't want that. And in fact, they get angry at you. Oh, you don't want to be around us? No, I don't want to be around you. Okay. And all you other idiots. Okay. So don't worry about that. Okay. This is common sense. This is an amazing thing. Okay. We're all designed a certain way by God. And if he wanted us to be robots, then he would have made us less intelligent, less desiring of the truth. He would have knocked our interest in that down, or at least slowed it down. He could have did whatever he wanted, but he's ramping up our truth, like JQ saying, and then he's ramping up the lies and the evil. Okay.
Yeah. But I think
not that hard.
The people that, love the truth are very few, even though we are like designed to seek that. Most people don't want the truth because the truth contradicts their little ideology. Yeah. And that's why I think, ideology itself is harmful, because any system of ideas that's different from, like the Bible, following God, it's designed by man, and that's, doomed to fail, so you're going to follow that.
Here's a good verse for people. Matthew 5:9. For numerology, this is not a coincidence. Okay. 5 + 9 is 14. This is for God's elect. There's a group of people on this earth who are essentially angels, and they're God's children, but they're going through this because they have to see evil. For people who have an ear to understand, only a small group will understand. Blessed are the peacemakers. Listen to this, for they shall be called the children of God. Okay. And so that's what we want. If you're a peacemaker, look at what the Bible promises. They said God will call you his child. Okay. Do we see peace on this earth? We don't see it anywhere. So what do? Well, then we become a peacemaker. And then the only way that that's possible if Christ is leading. And so join our team. Okay. You don't have to bring money or anything like that. Okay. You just have to want to be a peacemaker. And then the kingdom is promised to be a place of peace. Okay. No one's beating anybody over the head like with an iron rod or whatever the hell end times teacher and those monsters teach. Okay. These people are sick in their mind. Okay. It's scary.
Yeah. I mean, looking back at my journey and all that, a lot of people, they start learning, about the truth from things that, like the flat earth. They seem like, well, some things that don't matter. Even the discussion I was having with ETT, that was one of the things that, ironically woke me up. But that was like, very, very old, something like 10, 15 years ago that I discovered that, because this race thing, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Everyone talks about that, and everyone wants to pit one against the other, and it's like it's my team and I have to defend it, and
and so for people understand, that's why I quote Revelation 18:4 a lot, because God has told me that he's behind it, just like we know now that he's behind the all earth deception. So when we're told in Revelation 4, come out of her, my people, don't be partakers in all that stuff. Okay. That's emotions. And just, it's all these, like, it's a business is what it is fundamentally, because then they can go and manipulate you to then go and do other things that they could make money off of. And so don't do that. Okay. I come across very mean to people, but the only reason I'm this upset sometimes is I'm upset that I was deceived, because I've been in all those debates. Oh, Jesus this, and then, arguing in Bible studies and all that kind of stuff. And I'm done with that. Okay. And I get a tremendous amount of peace from coming out of that, and do it more and more. Okay. And so that's what's going on. God is doing that. God is setting the division in all these different things, because think about this just from a logical perspective. You can either have three options in the world. You could have a world that's increasing in righteousness. Okay. You can have a world that's neutral, or you can have a world that goes to evil. There's only really three options. Maybe in human history, it's been different ones like that, but there's only three options. And I think anybody with a brain sees what this is going down. Okay. So God has to do a controlled demolition. Okay. Because his prophecy is that he's going to bring the evil. Okay. So what's he going to do? Put a sign in the sky, say, oh, I'm doing this. God, I'm doing this. No, he's going to let his left-hand side do all this stuff and just destroy the place. Okay. The Bible even says that God puts the word in the other nation's mind, like I went over with that debate, to go and destroy America. So God's doing it, but he's using people to do it. Okay. So just know that. Don't get involved in all that. And God's not giving us any points if we go in there and start saying the stuff end times teachers talking about, start saying all that stuff. Oh, meet me over here and all that. What the God's like, okay, go over there and get beat up because you're an idiot. Okay. Don't do that kind of stuff. So, and I've seen that with other Hebrew groups and all that. They go out on the streets and say, oh, we're the real Jews. We're the real Jews. What does that accomplish? Okay. Would the real Jews go and do that? If you're the real Jews, then go behave like the real Jews. And then we'll give you credit for being righteous. That's it. Okay. So just know that that's what's going on.
Yeah. I mean, that thing and other things too, I mean, about the race and all that, those things, they need to be, of course, discussed, because at first, but then you evolve past that and you see it as the theater that it is. And it's over, because it is a distraction, but at the same time, you can get caught up on that. I was at one point caught up on that and on other stuff, and you get out of that because you see truth and you accept truth, and you move on. So, for example, a lot of people would say, oh, the way they're treating, for example, this thing about quotas for universities. Oh, they were enslaved. We're going to give them quotas. We're going to give them benefits.
Yeah.
And other people of other races get offended by that. The Asians, the white people, they got offended by that. Oh, they're gonna get that, and that's a legitimate concern. I mean, you are being obviously discriminated against because of that, and it creates all of those arguments. But essentially, that's designed to pit the population one against the other. Of course.
Yeah, big time. That's actually when we look at everything that's going on, that's really at the root of it. From the beginning, now we see it. Everything has been actually about division and creating all these things.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy because think about it. Do you think those people at the top are not going to know that if you give benefits to one based on their skin color, that the other ones of the other skin color are not going to feel bad about it? Of course, they're going to feel bad about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's obvious. I mean, so it's all designed. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
These people don't need a debate to know that. You don't need to go to the mayor's office or the mayor's mayoral house or something, and you talk to the mayor. Oh, I think this law that you made is is bad, and then he's going to reconsider. Yeah, I think that's bad. That's gonna pit one group against the other. No, that's designed. I mean,
yeah, agreed.
And
this is the part that for people I teach this because it's what the Bible says, but it's obvious is that God is behind it. I know that changes. That really goes against our idea of a loving God. Oh, why would he do that? That's so sinister. Okay. But just know that from Christ's mouth that he said that he was put on the cross only because the Most High wanted that to happen, because it would not happen otherwise, because he could summon angels.
He was following prophecy. Like even the part where I forgot the actual scripture, but even the part when Jesus goes and tells the disciple to get swords, and they get 2 swords, and he says it's enough.
Yeah,
that is him fulfilling the prophecy, because he wants to be caught with weapons to be prosecuted.
Yeah, exactly.
He wanted that
exactly
because he wants to fulfill. And the disciples didn't know. They thought, wow, we need to get the weapons to fight against the soldiers, the Romans or whatever. But what he wanted was just to be set up, So
yeah. And they cut the ear, and then he healed it because it's symbolic that person couldn't hear, what Christ was teaching. But then he also fulfilled prophecy by loving his enemies because he healed his ear that was cut or whatever. So it's amazing, he's consistent, 100%, he did not waver from what was written to happen for him. And then he did it in such a gracious way. So why would you not want that entity to be your God? And he is a so-called black man. I acknowledge that. And so for people, don't be offended by that. What other option do you have? Do you want to go and do what Biden tells you to do for the next 100 years, 50 years?
Yeah, I mean,
are you kidding me?
I mean, it's nothing to be, offended about. I mean, if he is that, he is that. And what are you going to do about it? I mean, it's what it is. I mean, people shouldn't be picky about that or anything like that. It's actually insane to be picky about that when you're talking about God.
Yeah, it's just a stumbling block. It was a new thing for
me.
It's
like that. It's like something that the Most High is putting on the way of some people to make them
exactly.
It's like a test, right? It's like a test.
Exactly. It's the same. It's 100%. And it's funny, some people have a bigger problem with that than even the shape of the earth, but that's a bigger deception. I'm not saying Christ's skin color is not important. It is, but people are like, oh, no worries, I can be a flat earther now. But then when they come to that truth, they're like, oh, wait a minute. Whoop, time out. Where does it say that and all that? It's like, come on. Like if they're going to lie to you about the shape of the earth and everything lie to you about that.
The thing about the skin color, I mean, I do subscribe to that in the sense of the skin color. What I don't, I would say I don't know is, well, what was his, facial features? I don't know that. That I don't know. And I have to say I don't know because I don't want to worship someone. Oh, that guy has black, has, that skin. I'm going to worship, in my mind, I'm going to imagine, Jesus, with that face. I don't think that's correct. Okay, we can stop at, he had that because we can ascertain that, but we can't say, oh, he had a nose like this. Oh, he had, we can't say that.
Agreed, 100%. And it's the same with
because there are people, these Hebrew Israelites, that wants they want to look. Oh, I look like him. Okay, so when you worship Jesus, okay, think about Sicarii, okay, or something like. I'm not saying it's it's Sicarii that said that or whatever, but what I'm getting at is that they want you to think that, oh, Jesus looked like me because of my that I have this skin color. So it's narcissistic and it's crazy and
it just shows that the thing that I want people to understand is that the reality is real. Okay, that sounds obvious, but if God says people are in all nations, then they're going to look like all nations. Then when we look at the people who are bringing out some amount of truth, it shouldn't surprise us that they look like all nations. Okay, big shocker, right? So we consider what the Hebrews say. We consider what Mark Sargent says and Russian Vid says and all these people, Nathan Oakley. We consider the whole spectrum of people and look all different types of people, Chinese, all that kind of stuff. So why would that be any different? Why would that be like, so why is that such a big deal for people or whatever? So, oh no. Okay. So just because you have this one characteristic, then we have to trust every single thing that you say. That's ridiculous. Okay. Like the fact that you said that in that debate, which I don't even want to call it a debate, just proves like how weak that they are, is that they're.
I mean, that thing about trying to kick you off and, a lot of red flags that they were not, honest, and they were actually afraid of something. So I mean, the thing that gets me is the masks, right? I mean, it's insane that they will continue to sell those. It's insane.
Jeez. Job 9:24, that is the fulfillment of it. I don't like it's what it is. The numerology is a little bit of like a cherry on top, and then the WHO being an acronym for World Health Organization. That's a little deeper, but that's what the Bible was talking about. That's what Job was
Someone's saying that the two witnesses are Enoch and Elijah. I don't know if you think that's a possibility, but
no, Sacramento's job is to come here and just to talk nonsense. So like, don't worry.
Okay.
No, it's fine. If the two witnesses are two men, which is what I believe, and then that has not been fulfilled yet, then there's countless number of examples that it's Moses and Elijah, because that's why they're described that way in Revelation 11.
No, I think that would be the case too. I don't think Enoch has, that there's no indication in the Bible that that it is Enoch.
That wasn't to you, Jewish question. This was more just to people in the audience, but just so people understand, we can't even really speculate about that either, because we don't know who these people are. Like, could Enoch have been somebody else that we don't know? Like, is Enoch actually Moses? We don't know all the different characters behind the scenes. So we're not supposed to speculate. But what I can tell you for a fact is that my understanding of what I was told is that they're actually two men. They're not two nations, the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom and all that nonsense that Sicarii and them teach. And I guarantee you, I will bet my favorite possession, which is my golf clubs, that it's not end times teacher. Okay, it is not end times teacher. I just asked Sacramento in the chat, is ETT Elijah? And he didn't respond, but he has the ability to come here and say it's Enoch and Elijah. So Sacramento, I ask you, do you believe that the two witnesses are being fulfilled by end times teacher Sicarii and or GMS? What is your opinion on that? That's absolutely ridiculous if you believe that, and you don't need to watch that debate that I just did to prove that. That's not the way God's people behave. Okay, they're the most righteous people on the face of this flat earth. Okay, Christ is the epitome of that. Okay, and so
did you get to read Enoch yet, or
no? I'm actually still on. That's kind of why I wrote that video or made that video, because I'm at First Maccabees. I don't know, man. I think I might take a little bit of a break. Maybe I kind of got everything off my chest recently, but there's not that much to say. Obviously, I'm enjoying this conversation. It's very diplomatic.
Oh, okay.
I will get to it, I think, eventually, but it's kind of a wait and see. It's just an exciting time for really all of us, whether the Bible.
I read a little bit of Enoch, but I don't know if you ever took a peek or something, but from what I read, it doesn't seem to contradict the scriptures. It doesn't,
I don't think it would.
Because a lot of people say it does, so I'm just saying, it doesn't seem to. They say something about, in Enoch, about stars having like souls. I don't know if you subscribe to that or if
That would be cool, actually, because that's something that I've thought of. Because they even brought that up in the debate earlier, like what is a star?
yeah, because a star can, for example, in Enoch it says that stars that don't behave or don't follow God,
Yeah.
that they are cast in places for for punishment for like 10,000 years or something. So
yeah, I mean, God's judgments are not limited, I don't think, to this earth. I don't think God's only created this earth. I think
but what the cool thing is that it means that those stars have life.
Yeah.
And that's interesting.
Fallen angels, for example, or the elect angels, I believe, are God's elect. And so what I think is happening at the highest level is that group is being promoted. They were angels out of the body, and then God is now wanting them to be, quote, promoted. So they have to see evil. And that's why
I read it. Yeah. I read a little bit about I didn't go into it, but I read a little about like a synopsis of 2 Enoch, the second book, right? So there it describes the different heavens. That you were discussing that with Sicarii, right? So,
yeah, you quizzed me on that. Yeah.
So yeah, if you want to read a little bit about that, it's on 2 Enoch. It talks about the three.
Let me see if that's in this book that I have. It probably has that one. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this Apocrypha book has that, or because I bought the same one that you have.
Yeah.
So
it only has Enoch. Maybe but this one is actually interesting because it's actually longer than the ones that I see in Bible Gateway. So it's a little bit unique, So maybe it has them both consolidated, but I'll get to it. For me, I think what I'm doing with that is just looking for the sequence, and that's where I'm kind of bored, as I see it everywhere.
So yeah, maybe you're gonna find that on Enoch, and that's gonna be very interesting because I'm not reading Enoch right now. I'm actually on my rerun of the Old Testament, so I'm actually at Chronicles. I was talking about how boring or whatever, but it it kind of is because all of those names, and he was the son of this and the son.
Yeah.
And this.
Yeah, I can't.
I mean, I'm not complaining a lot because there's a lot of cool stuff there too. But
yeah,
I'm just saying, it's
here's the way I am with my mindset. If I read something, I want to be able to use it, in my life, like today or tomorrow or whatever. And the thing that sucks is that we're literally confined to our home, so we really can't even practice a lot of these things, And then the little times that we can is on YouTube, and they're loaded with people who actually hate God. And so that you can't really practice it because then you'll get somebody like End Time Teacher trying to fight you or something. Okay. And he thinks that he's one of the 2 witnesses. So this whole thing is a complete clown show. So I'm not trying to discourage people from reading it. Go read it, and practice it.
Well, but 100%. maybe ETT has, when I was his age, I'm actually older than ETT. So,
okay.
But when I was his age, I would, get kind of, a little bit emotional and do things like that. But so I maybe I would forgive him, but
no, he messaged me. He's like, I'm sorry and all that. I forgive him. I don't care. Okay, if anybody makes fun of me or you say I'm ugly or whatever, I forgive you. I don't care about your opinion. I'm not trying to be rude, and not Jewish questions, but anybody out there, there's nothing you can say to offend me. I don't care about anybody's opinion except the God of the Bible. That's all I care about. And this is an exciting time for me. I don't care. There's been times in my life where people say, I don't care what they think, but we really do because we're self-conscious or whatever. I've been there. I don't care. Okay. You can make a slander video about me every single day. All I would ask is that you put my link in there so maybe people can come by here, but I don't care.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, because, sometimes people say, bad stuff about you and it turns out to be good for you because, then people go after the truth and, is actually good.
The way I use everything for my gain. This is the way I am,
Yeah.
It sounds sinister, but it's just the way I do it. So if people come and attack me, then I'm like, well, I don't want to be here. And then if people agree with me, then I'm like, well, that's great, or like they're learning and all that kind of stuff. But it's very, very few people because they don't even understand the claims that I'm making. And the claims that I teach are actually outlandish to me, myself. So I'm not going to be able to go and convince somebody.
Oh yeah.
So
Everything we're talking about is, basically all of it is bold, and
yeah,
it's
nothing we could visualize. A lot of the stuff now we can see it, the enslavement and how it would increase. We can sort of picture that now, but Christ returning, even just Christ returning just by itself, how do we ever picture that? Like, what does that look like or feel like, or where do we go? And for me, the most important thing is, what would we do? Even if God takes us, like, what are we going to do? Okay. And so obviously all those things have already been determined, but those are the things that we cannot imagine. And the Bible says that we can imagine it by design, because it would overwhelm us. So that's what we want to look forward to, really. But
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if you subscribe to the view that the fallen angels, that they are like, for example, are they 100% spiritual in your view? Or because in Enoch it describes how they come down and they have women, so how could they be 100% spiritual? Like, I don't think they would be.
Yeah, I don't think they are. And it's the same with the two witnesses that were with Christ before he destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. They were angels, quote angels, but they were eating, and then the men there wanted to have sex with them. So like they had a body, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So that's what I understand about the two witnesses in the modern day, is that it's outlandish to think that God can literally make a body appear, but he's done it already. So it's not anything new. I'm not making up anything new that he hasn't already done in the past. So
yeah, because one of the reasons the mainstream churches reject Enoch is because they don't subscribe to that. They think they are like spiritual and they can take any form that they want. Mm-hmm. So that would, contradict what's in Enoch, basically. So
yeah,
I think that's why
those books for me, you have to really understand the canonical Bible, or else you'll really get confused. I would suspect, like, if you don't understand.
Yeah, one point of doubt that I have there, from the little that I read from Enoch, is the 10,000 year punishment for the stars. I mean, that's 10,000 years. Mm-hmm. That's because let's say that Enoch is, for example, from 4,000 BC, right? Yeah. So those stars are gonna be in punishment while we are like, if the world ends now, we are going to the kingdom, right? The earth will be renewed, and those stars are going to still be, in punishment.
Yeah. So, also, like, those numbers are a lot of times symbolic. That's what's confusing.
No, yeah. That's probably true. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, you're right, because that's the thing that's difficult about the Bible, is that there's almost always in every verse, is it literal or not? And then you can go down a fork, and then you can go down one road or the other. And then it leads you to very, very different places. And so just like Revelation 11, if I read that literally and I don't believe it's happened yet, then I'm going to go down a road by myself, I realize. And so that's why all the scriptures are it's a lot. And I think that's why.
I don't know if you ever went into the that verse that says, and it is the number of a man. Yeah. Right. That verse in Greek, it is not the number of a man, it's the number of man. Wow. If you go in Greek. So it eliminates that. So if you go, I was, going to comment that while you were, debating with Sicarii, but I just wanted to watch, so I wasn't really prepared to, to write. And but I'm telling you now, because I think it is important that that article was added there, I think, to make for the style, I think. And I think it makes a difference.
That part was crazy, because they're kind of remixing their interpretation about Revelation 13, saying that it's mostly related to America, which I think is crazy. But Sicarii and I don't think they don't believe that there's one Antichrist or anything like that. But yeah, that would be a very important tool to debunk people who think there's like one person that's going to rise up, real. And all that. So
I went to look into that, because before I was researching that possibility, like, is it one man? I was researching that, and And then when I went to the root of the verse, I saw that it didn't have the article. So
Mhm.
it makes
Yeah.
all the difference now.
That's the trouble, because the Bible itself is part of the deception, because it says right hand, and they kept harping on that, but it says right hand and it says all, and it hasn't happened yet. So they started. It's funny. I thought it was ironic that they're being very, very literal about Revelation 13, but not literal about Job 9:24. They started laughing.
Yeah.
Oh, no, okay, what are you talking about? No, the masks. Oh,
Yeah.
let me go to another translation and all that. But when it came to Revelation 13, they were like, oh, no, it's got to be all, as you said, and they kept telling me that I'm saying that. And then I'm like, well, no, Revelation 16:2 debunks that, because it's not all, because it's two groups of people there. So, and that happened. That's why I had to walk them through the sequence, because I knew that I sort of knew they were going to play that game. So I'm like, okay, do you agree it's 13, 16, and then 14? They were like, yeah, kind of. They're not allowed to go to those verses, basically. So
Yeah.
that's the trick that they were pulling. But man, it's amazing, dude. It's wild. So the criticism about it, for people to know, all these deceptions, God is behind it. Okay, I don't know. That's not funny, but like, and if God's behind it, it's not going to be stupid. He's not like, let me make something dumb or whatever. So he's going to use every possibility, every translation, every book, every other religion, even the shape of the earth, even people in your own family, all that. So, man.
Because I mean, there are many verses that you go back and you see the original and it's this, that there's a lot. So
yeah,
a lot of people, that don't look into that, they are going to be at least a little bit deceived.
Yeah.
So
that's why this is so easy. Like, it's not really that deep. You look up two words, you look up right hand, and then you look up hand, and then Dexios and Kyr, and then it's over. That's why I told them, like, you guys taught us how to do this. So like, why are you getting mad at me? You guys taught us how to go and dig into these words. So yeah. So
I give credit to Flat Earth Boxer for that, because I started doing that, looking at that by watching his stuff. So he's very good at that, going to the etymology and really, and he's very good at the Hebrew too. I mean, he said he's not fluent, but he knows a lot. So
I have no issues
I think
with the record with
I think he read. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I have no personal beef with really anybody, but when people go out, this is why I'm dealing with a bit of PTSD, so people don't quite understand. Okay. When people go out and say, in their ministry, oh, you're if you do this, you'll be saved. You'll do this, you'll be saved. I used to do that years ago. Okay. I used to go out on the streets and give these little gospel tracts and talk about that. But now I know that that's not true. Okay. That doesn't mean that you can't go out and share the gospel and tell people about truths, but you can't go and promise something that you can't follow up on. The Bible can't follow up on, because salvation is not for every random person out there. That's not true.
But what I think that, my original question, that big question that I, made smaller and all that, because it was getting deleted. My original question, I included a little bit about that, because people say, a lot of people, use the term salvation for the salvation of the soul.
Yeah.
So they include people that are going to go through, great tribulation, and people that are not. So I think that's maybe the way, I don't know if that's the way he sees it, but maybe that's the way he sees it. So that's why I think,
if that's the case, that's fair, but I would just say, for people, it's very important to clarify that. But you're right. Ultimately, that is the group that's saved or preserved, and then they're part of the kingdom. And
because if you do believe in Jesus Christ and you do give your life and not take the thing, then it's his promise. He promised. So, I mean, God promised, right? So
yeah, for sure. No doubt. So
he's not going to lie about that. So
I would just say, the only reason I say that I have issues with that line of evangelicalness is that it's better to start with truths that they can understand. For example, like the flat stationary earth, and then dialogue
because
about that.
Think about it. If people just, I believe in Jesus Christ and does everything opposite to Jesus Christ, I mean, that person is not going to be, because they don't truly believe. They just say they believe because they don't want to be humiliated by Flat Earth Boxer, right? Because it's humiliating. Imagine you say, no, I don't,
Yeah, exactly.
To a guy coming to your face and saying, you believe Jesus Christ died for sin? And you say no. It's humiliating. And
Yeah.
people say yes because
Yeah.
they don't want to be, ostracized.
And but the problem is the language that a lot of times is used, and maybe he can change it, but they'll say, "Oh, are you a sinner? How many? Who's gonna pay for those sins?" That's what they start with. Okay. But the problem with sin is we know now it's very complicated because we're all living in an evil system. Okay, we didn't ask to be ball earthers. We didn't ask to have this narrative come out, and then them trying to do that. That wasn't my idea. Okay, if somebody told me at a young age, like, hey, Shrek, the earth is flat, stationary, God exists, he wants you to try and honor his laws and be in a productive society, what would I say? No, I want to be on a ball earth, or like, we wouldn't say that. Okay, so I'm not trying to forgive the sins of people out there, but to go on the streets and then say, oh, what are you going to do when you die and you have all these sins to account for? That's not the way that Christ operated. Okay, he did not operate that way, and he could.
I don't think that that's very efficient. I actually don't. But I'm just saying that there is, depending on how he thinks about it, there is some merit, I would say, to him trying to warn people. But it's wrong, of course. He shouldn't think that because someone told him. Because what he says is basically, well, I have to believe that person is telling the truth when he says that he believes, and that's I think most people are gonna say it, but they're not gonna say it from the heart, and they're not gonna really, act like them. For example, you see there's a lot with people now with this thing about the thing, right? Mm-hmm. Is a real Christian even going to entertain, right, this, and think it's okay to lie, and
Yeah, they won't. And I would say one point I want to make about the witnessing and all that. I want people to understand that the way to do it righteously is to do that for yourself. Okay, it's not selfish. If you want to go out, let's say you're into golf or whatever you're learning, and you go out and you want to meet other people who are into golf, just what would you do? Go and yell at them? Oh, like, you suck, or like, what, like, are you any good? You wouldn't bring it to them that way. You'd be like, hey, have you played golf? Or like, are you interested in the game? That kind of thing. So the worry that I have, and I haven't seen any videos of FEB lately, and I don't want to single him out, but people who do that, because I've done that, you can't go out and perch yourself up and say, do you want to come up here where I am? Okay. That's not the way the gospel, Christ didn't even do that. Okay. And he could do that. So that's my concern. And no, I haven't seen it handled well. I don't see anybody doing it properly. And that's not to be arrogant, but
yeah, it's very difficult.
One second. The only standard I have is what's in the Bible. That's my standard. Why would I compare the world to people who are less righteous than Christ? He's perfect and he didn't do that. Okay. So that's why I'm critical with people. I'm not trying to get on him personally, or I think that he's evil or anything like that. He's brought a lot of good things to this channel. But if somebody makes mistakes that I did that I know that are not good and evil, I don't want other people to go and think that's what they go and need to do. Because then you could go and hurt yourself potentially, because people are evil. If you say that to people and you get into a fight, and I told you to do that, or somebody goes to convince you that that's a righteous thing to do, then the blood is on my hands. Okay. All I'm trying to remind people who have an ear to hear is Revelation 18:4, which has come out of her, my people. Don't go into it, okay, more, and try and collect all these people for what, and promise them what, okay? Don't do that. You don't need to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think these, people that go out and try to preach the gospel and think the gospel is simply, believe in Jesus Christ and that he died for your sins and that's it.
Yeah.
That is too minimalistic, in my opinion.
100%.
I don't.
It's way more complicated than that. It's way more complicated.
Yeah, it's much deeper too. So that is not going. You can't even understand what Jesus Christ is by that statement.
Yeah.
Okay. Alone, you don't even know who Christ is if you only know that about him. Most people don't even read the Bible. They don't know anything about the Bible. They don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's crazy to say.
You have to tell them where they are. If you're going to go and give somebody advice, but you don't know where they are, and that's why I get on Sicarii.
Yeah, I mean, Flat Earth Boxer does that. Okay, the Earth is flat, and Jesus Christ died for your sins, and he says that.
Yeah.
A lot, and I give a lot of credit for him doing that. But I do think if he wants to convert someone, for example, because the problem is those people are not even honest that they are in need of conversion. They just say, "Oh yeah, I believe everything you're saying," you know,
Yeah,
because
if you tell them the Earth is flat, stationary, and just convince them of that, and then that group has not been very interested in coming up with a test, so I have a bit of bitterness towards them. Not necessarily FEB, but that whole flat Earth community. Imagine if we could prove that to somebody. Then they have to wrestle with the fact that, oh, I don't want that because it's going to alter my life. That's the decision that they make. Or they're like us, who are like, well, I need to explain this now because it's an obvious truth. And then the Bible. That's the issue. Okay. That's the problem. If you start with the salvation for sins, they won't even understand what are you talking about. Okay, they're like, what do you mean? And that actually doesn't obey physics because our soul goes back to God no matter what.
Yeah,
the Bible teaches. So,
and another thing, I think it doesn't really matter that much what we do trying to convince these people. They're gonna,
at all.
What I see is that the people that are gonna come out of her, like they are gonna come out of her no matter what. God is not gonna, oh, okay, you didn't talk to Flat Earth Boxer, okay, you're not gonna, I don't think that's how it works.
No,
I think, it's like people are gonna be saved if they are, like you say, of the right hand side. I mean, I don't think we can do anything about it because most people I talk to, I mean, they are, of course, completely oblivious. And how can I convince those people? They can say, yes, I believe everything you say, yeah, like a robot, because they don't want to be humiliated, but like that's not sincere.
If you're going out to find other like-minded people, that's what they did, and the Israelites are a group that they're like, oh, you're an Israelite, so that gives you a lot in common, then you would know and all that. That's not wrong. That's what anybody would do. But the problem that I have with people is that when you replace what God is going to do and put yourself in it, like the two witnesses and end times teacher, that's an issue. Okay. If people like Flat Earth Boxer and other people go out and minister and they go and try and find like-minded people who appreciate the same things that they appreciate, that's a completely different vibe. But listen to this. Revelation 14:6 says how the gospel is going to be preached. And I saw another angel flying in the midst of heaven, having the everlasting gospel to preach unto them that dwell on the earth and to every nation and kindred and tongue and people. So don't take what God is going to do and take credit for it or do that. Okay. That's not what we're supposed to do, because we know now, we really know ultimately that God's behind everything, the good, the evil, the everything. So
but I think they have, most people have that, most Christians, they have the belief that they have to go out and
100%
and preach. They need to do that, and if they don't do that, they're not being good Christians. And
100%. And that's what the Hebrews tell us. That's what the Hebrews tell us. They're like, oh, where are you teaching? Where's your ministry and all that? They don't understand the verse that I quoted right from the beginning, that God's elect are going to be the blind and the lame. Okay. You think they have like a street ministry? Okay. They've been preaching for 100 years and all that kind of stuff. They don't understand the Bible.
Yeah. I think, an argument that they use is that, the allegory of, the parable, I mean, of the talents, right? The talents. Yeah. So you come here and you do, that's basically what they mean when they say that you have to do it, because it's like, if you don't do it, you're not, using your time on earth to serve God, to be a good servant to God. So I think that's the argument that they use, but I don't think that the way you serve God is talking to 100 people, and those 100 people are going to say, yeah, I believe. For example, there was a recent video I watched.
Sorry, JQ, can I address that? Can I address that point? That's a great point. What are the two laws? What are the two laws? It says love your neighbor as yourself and then love God. What does that talk about going into some distant land and preaching the gospel on a private jet and all that? Okay. That's what I want people to know. Don't be confused by what God loves. The people that you come across in your life, treat them with respect, and then even if they're your enemy, that's the highest level of love that we all need to try and model whenever we can. And so even end times teacher who acted like a degenerate, I'll forgive you. Okay. Publicly, no worries, but I don't want to talk to you again because you're insane. But, that's what we're required to do. Okay. all that stuff that we've been brainwashed to go and, set up a ministry and go preach to as many people as possible. That's a business. That's a people who are trying to leverage you to go manipulate you and then create a show and theater that could get you harmed. And I don't want that. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, it is crazy, because FEB should know that. Because I watched the recent video where he goes and talks to everyone, and because what he does is that when he sees that the other person is like literally the devil, like they took the thing and they are against, God, and they're pro rainbow, and all those things. When he sees that, he uses that opportunity to mock those people and to make fun of them. Okay, that's fair. You can do that because those people in public doing what they do is also ridiculous. So it's a way that FEB has to rebuke them, and that's fine. But some people, he asks, "Oh, have you got the thing?" And they say, well, "Yeah, I had it." Okay, and then he asks the same person, "Oh, do you believe Jesus Christ died for your sins?" I mean, what's the purpose?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't see the I know he's trying to make a little bit of of a show, and it's his way, but I don't want people to think that it's something that's gonna work on someone that is so far gone. Like,
agreed. That's not the responsibility of a person who's close to God at all. That would that's crazy if that's the case, and it's gonna get you in trouble. Okay.
Yeah, what you're gonna do? You're gonna grab that person by the hand and talk to that person for like 10 hours straight, trying to get her to believe, or him to believe in. Oh, you're gonna believe in flat Earth? Don't you know this and that? It's crazy because people are not gonna do out of their own volition. Okay, are people going to flat Earth Boxer out of their own volition? Like en masse? That's not happening. Okay, he goes to the people, and he makes the people uncomfortable. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, and that then elicits a response in people because people don't want to look stupid.
Yeah.
And then they say, "Yeah, I do believe. Yeah, I believe." For example, he talks to feminist women, okay, that pass by his flat Earth posters, and they say they believe, but they're feminists. Okay, they're like grabbing their man by the ear, basically, and like pushing and pulling him actually across the street, and it's ridiculous. Oh, okay, I believe God died. Jesus died for my sin. No, you don't. Of course,
I just don't want people to think that that's what you have to do. If you want to do that, go and do it. If you're bored or whatever, and you want to go and basically troll the Bible,
I don't think it's something that you must do. That's the thing,
I would argue that it's not something you should do, and we've all done it, and then you can stop. But even when I did it in the past, I didn't get into people's faces. I would leave little gospel tracks here and there, and I didn't start any arguments.
Yeah, most of it is very entertaining, I have to say. You watch Flat Earth Boxer videos, I mean, it's hilarious. It's entertaining.
Yeah.
If you're bored, I recommend, there's a lot of good stuff there. That video when he talked to a guy, I think he was
I saw that.
What's the name of that? Yeah, the guy with the Bible.
Yeah, the physics professor.
Yeah, that one. So that one was great. I like that, a lot. It's very entertaining.
Yeah, so I just want people to know that it's just more FYI. I just kind of I'm the anti-shill squad on TV or on YouTube. Okay, if I see people who I think are trying to take advantage of people, I have nothing to lose. I'll call them out. I've always been like this in my life, and this is the way I think we should be when we see other people potentially being taken advantage of. So I don't like when I see that, because I don't think that's a manly thing to do, and I find that disgusting when people do stuff like that. And so I'm not saying FEB is doing that, but anytime I see people do that and then people may get the wrong idea and all that kind of stuff, that's not Christianity. That's not in the Bible. That's theater. Okay.
Yeah. Even if it's quote unquote pointless, him trying to, say, "Oh, do you believe, Jesus Christ died for sin," and all that, even if that's pointless or even, sometimes maybe harmful, he rebuking a lot of bad actors. I think that's a good thing, his rebuking of these people that are preaching bad stuff. I think that's very good. And he does that. So
the thing I have issues with is a lot of these preachers can be debunked with just the flat earth. So there's no reason for theatrics. And there's so many good videos on flat earth. You don't really have to debate, even people who are preterists, flat earth debunks that. And then if a person gets into flat earth and they go to the Bible, then they can learn it on their own. It's not that complicated, but
yeah, I mean, if you do believe flat earth, I mean, one thing leads to another, and
yeah.
It's straightforward.
Here's the thing with that is that when you come into truths like that are very overwhelming, it takes you time to process that, like years. Like we've been in this stuff for years, and like I'm still wrapping my head around the fact that I've been lied to my whole life. So it can potentially be very traumatic. So it's not something you can just dump on somebody randomly on the streets. You can plant a seed, then they may go home and then reason with themselves and all that. Hopefully, obviously God's involved. That's the way it works.
Yeah, I do like, I would say I do like flat earth, flat earth boxer. He's a very good guy. I mean, his content's very good from what I've seen. So I have nothing to complain other than, to point out that you don't really need to do that. And that is not like, not very effective, I don't think at all. Yeah. Talking to people, believe just because, like 1% of the people he talks to may be sincere, like 1%, but the rest. But I do like it.
Yeah, it's cool. I think it's useful. I think ultimately the difference is that a lot of us, or some of us at least, we know now that the good and evil is coordinated and it's fixed, and so there's no changing it.
Did you watch that thing with flat earth boxer did with Donald Trump? Or
no, I didn't see that. I'm not subbed.
That's a very very small video. I have it on my channel. I posted it. So
if it's on your channel, you've probably seen it. Sorry.
Oh, you probably saw it. Okay.
Let me check actually. That's the problem sometimes in my feed because I have too many. I just I put something outlandish in the title, like Orange Satanist at CPAC or something like that. Okay, I'll watch it tomorrow if I haven't seen it yet, but I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's like a 2-minute thing, so it's not much. But
I think it's time for me in general to sort of take a step away because I don't really get too much again, I enjoy this conversation. If anybody needs anything, just email me. I put my email in the chat, and then we can talk sort of offline. But it's kind of the same stuff over and over again and that kind of thing. I think.
We are gonna end up, if we had this conversation again, we would end up talking in circles. Of course, it would happen eventually. I think.
Yeah.
We would, we would retrace the same steps but I mean, I think what's interesting about the video, of course, it doesn't do much, but it's interesting, that flat earth boxer went up to the ex-president, right? And said what he said, like he's making a vaccine made of aborted children and all that. And he interrupted his speech. So,
yeah.
And he heard it. So it's quite something,
That's crazy. So, yeah, I mean, that's gutsy to do that kind of stuff. I think
yeah, that's why I respect him a lot. I mean, that's,
yeah,
that's really crazy,
The only problem with some of that is then it makes us look even more sort of outlandish. But again, I'm not in charge of all that. I just can only recommend people the way to operate that I try and operate, and I try and pursue academic things. And if I have questions, then I go to people, even if it's uncomfortable, I ask them. And then,
well, I mean, he gets a lot of respect from, young people. Young people love that. So,
yeah.
So I think that's his audience mostly, do you know about the Groyper movement or something like,
no,
or have you never heard of that?
No.
Oh, okay. So it's, it's a group of people that follow that guy who recently got banned from flying and all that, and went to Alex Jones and all that. He is called Nick Fuentes. Maybe you heard the name. And I'm just telling you this because it's quite like a major thing in youth circles, these days. And they bring out a lot of truth.
Yeah.
For what they are, they do. So they're not very spiritual. It's basically mainline Christianity and all that, but they're more politics. Like they talk about stuff that's happening and all that. But what I like about them is that they are very adamant about not taking the thing, and
that's good.
It's interesting, and I think that's the main audience of Flat Earth Boxer. It's a big part, at least, of his audience.
Yeah,
it's these people. And
this is what I want people to understand too about the Bible, is that, not to discourage people, but even the people that don't take it, some of them are still going to get the source. And so this just shows how picky God is. So I just want the few people that come by here, just we got to take care of ourselves, make sure that we're in it for the right reasons, and we're determined and hopeful for the result, and then the reward. Yeah. So that's the way God is. He's very, very, very picky. And that does not mean that he loves me or Jewish questions anymore, but just make sure that that's whoever is hearing this, make sure you're settled with that first before you go and offer that to somebody else or whatever. Okay. And so I can't question those kind of things with other people unless they explicitly say something wrong or antichrist or something. But that's my main thing,
Yeah, I mean, the major problem about these gripers and the fight between Flat Earth Boxer and these people is the Flat Earth thing. Ironically, I mean, if his followers, have a problem with that doctrine, imagine the strangers that he talks to in the street. I mean, it's really a really difficult thing, right? It's a barrier. Okay,
dude, that one truth will completely overthrow your life. It will just, you cannot react. You cannot live the same after that. It's just, it's crazy. And that's just one of them, that's the beginning. So crazy, man. And you can tell when you talk to people, even people you're close to, that just, they don't want it to enter their brain, because they know when it starts turning, the result is the Bible. That's what it is. Okay.
What I saw that, holds a lot of people back.
Yeah.
Respecting science fiction. Yeah. They have a lot of respect for Star Wars.
Big time.
They love that. They want to go to the stars.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So exactly.
They want that to be true. They created a fantasy in their mind. So ever since, one of the things that destroyed, the barriers, to believing, that Flat Earth is, real, is this, whole imaginary, these imaginary things that you kind of start desiring about space and about planets and being able to colonize planets. I mean, that stuff is crazy, and a lot of people get hoodwinked by that.
Yeah,
I saw a lot of that. So,
but that's why they have to keep doing all these space trips to propagate that, maintain that, right? With Bezos and all that. Yeah.
You talk to an atheist person, his hopes for life. We're talking about God's kingdom, right? Him being with him and him being the king and all that. So we're talking about that, and these people are talking about living forever using cyborg technology and living in space and colonizing planets. That's their dream. That's their reward or whatever,
Yeah.
So that's the crazy stuff, because if you take that away from and even Christians, nominal, Christian people, they say that they believe those crazy things.
Big time.
So, those illusions have to come down first. First of all, and it's like a domino thing, because you can't start in the middle of the domino, that there's, that domino line.
Yeah.
And you just go direct to the truth. Oh, I'm going to drop the last domino, but there's all of those dominoes still standing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So that's basically it. You have to drop everything. And that's the problem.
Dude, the programming started right from our birth with all those TV shows and all that. Like all of it was working towards keeping us even like arm's reach of the system, much less people who are hugging it, you know? So it's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah, and I think talking about in Flat Earth Boxer does that a lot. Talking about the Jays, right? You know, the people that inhabit Israel now, how they're behind the movies and how they're, you know, the 2% are behind, you know, controlling finance and all of that. You know, they're because they are the top of the, you know, the cream of the crop of the evil on earth. I mean, who's Rothschild? He owns central banks like in Germany, in America, in France, so and you in the UK. So the guy owns central banks. He is estimated by, you know, even Forbes. That's an estimate. They don't do it. They don't say it publicly like that he's a trillionaire. But if you count his assets, he's like a trillionaire. So what I mean by that is that the people behind those movies, you know, you look Star Wars and, you know, people behind Hollywood, that they created that fantasy in the first place because people don't read books. What they read Aldous Huxley. They don't read books. They saw movies. Okay, it was movies. Okay, so you have to debunk that. You have to say that that movie is qualitatively bad. And it is because of the people that made it. Because the people that made it are evil. And I think that's very good.
But that's a good point. It's like something that you used to make you feel good is now you're being told that it's actually the opposite, you know? So it's hard. It's hard. Yeah, I agree. It's very difficult.
Yeah, I go back to my childhood and I think, well, this thing I used to like, and I play it again, like it's a game or even if it's a movie or music, you know, whatever. I play it again and I try to listen to it or watch it. And if it's bad, then, you know, it's bad. And I just delete that from my life. I don't just keep it around because of nostalgia. I try to do that consciously. I know most people can't do that, but I try to do that, kind of like destroy that crazy, you know, imagine, you know, that crazy desire, that craving for nostalgia for that thing. I, you know, it doesn't make sense. It is rational. It's just because it's something that's familiar to you and you like it because it's familiar. But then you become an adult and you can look back at those things and deconstruct those things and destroy those things and see them for what they are, basically. That's what I'm getting at. So it's very important.
Yeah, that's what I want people to know as part of the design. I know it's difficult to swallow, but in order for us to be alive like this, the way we are to all the evil, we have to have been through a lot of deception. Just know that. I'm not saying it's easy to deal with, but this is the reward. We're alive now, you know, for the people who understand everything is a deception. That was the whole point.
This is part of giving up on the world, actually. This process, it's actually part of, you know, because, you know, even this guy from, you know, the quote unquote Groyper movement, this guy, I mean, he's defiant, he's going against the system and all that, and he believes Globe, and he's deceived in various ways. And this guy, he clings to things of his childhood. Oh, I played that game. Oh, I watched this. Oh, that movie, you know, and they build a cult behind Star Wars and things like that. And, you know, it's difficult, you know, to how are you gonna demolish that, you know? And that guy, he built a brand, okay, and he make millions of dollars just reading. He reads articles, okay, of news, and he just comments on that. Oh, it happened today. Oh, Trump did this. Oh, Biden did this. Oh, the, you know, like we do when we post videos about the newest thing about the thing and all that. He has like, you know, 20,000 viewers like every day, mostly, you know, like from a Monday to Friday, and they give an insane amount of donations. So it's really, I mean, the guy, if you can, you know, like not pay attention to the lies, like the Globe lie and things like that he preaches, it's okay. Like, okay, he's saying blatant lies, but there are other good things. But it's like you said, Russian vids and all that. There are good things, and not so good things. So
Yeah. And I would say Russian Vids is one that I owe the most amount of credit, because the flat earth, and then coupled with the deception in the media, that's very practical. That helps me every day to decode what I'm seeing. And, I don't know if I could have pieced that together on my own. So that's amazing, so shout out Russian Vids. I don't think he teaches that much that's wrong, because he doesn't really go into too many things, so the only reason I distance myself is because it doesn't benefit me to go and argue with him, because they're not going to like that, me bringing that Bible stuff to their chat. It's like, that's not what he's into, kind of thing. So that's why I distance myself. But we kind of know now that all these people are sort of set up, to teach us certain things. And that's all it is. What's cool, JQ, about all this deception we talk about? This also explains why we're in the last days. One of the many, many reasons, but think about all the money that is needed to make all those movies and documents and lies. That's a lot of money, that's been spent to propagate a lie that we know now that is false. So just economically, this world is completely unstable, because all of the funding is towards lies and deception. So how much longer could that go on? It could go on a little bit longer, but not that much. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's of course a lot of money. It's like, from I think the 1960s to now, I think it's like trillions of dollars just on movies. So it's a lot of money. And but the thing is about this, going a little deeper about this guy, this Nick Fuentes, and it ties in a little bit too with these things that we're talking about with ETT. I was talking about with ETT that goes off righteously, of course, about race. But the thing is, he sees himself, and I don't know if you agree with this assessment, but this group, like these gripers, quote unquote, it's like their public image. They call themselves gripers. They are basically like, they consider themselves to be the counterculture. Okay, I don't agree with that, because they are pushing these lies, these like the globe, these things, they believe that, and it's like part of their whole world, and praising certain movies because of the style. That's not, because you are sacrificing truth because you want a certain style, because you want to be liked by certain people, because you wanted to, that's not, I don't believe that that's true counterculture. But they believe that counterculture right now, and I do in part believe that it is kind of a counterculture, but it is playing into the hands of the system, because they think that if you are like that, they say that I don't know if you saw that on the news, but they're saying now that every person that is white is a terrorist.
Okay.
That they are actually claimed that on various news because of that thing on January 6th,
Yeah.
So they're saying that. Okay.
No, I've seen that, and especially all this stuff about critical race theory and all that. Like they're what do you call this? Like they're mixing the pot in all directions. They're just flying, making fly, everywhere.
What I'm seeing with that is like, I actually do agree with those guys that they're the counterculture, in the sense that they are fighting against that more than anyone.
Yeah.
Okay, that aspect of the thing, right? The aspect that you have to, like get on your knees when you see a black person, like you saw last year. People literally worshiping Black Lives Matter. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, big time. Yeah, 100%. That's obviously a government operation, without a doubt.
No, of course, no. That's funded by the government, and like I said before, the mayor, the government, the president, he's not gonna listen to you. Oh, you're being racist with white people. They want to be. They want to go against the people, because they want to pit one race against the other, and because that's a natural response. I mean, if you say white people are terrorists, what are white people are gonna do? They're gonna get together and they're gonna try to fight it off. The few people that care to fight that, and I think these people.
Here's the deal, JQ. Check this out. This is the sort of the sinister way the left-hand side operates. Is that when they bring you some amount of evil, they don't want to take the blame for it. So they got to blame it on you, you know? So that's why it's causeth. They want to, there's some amount of, you have to be voluntarily involved in it. And that's the way they do it. You know what I mean? It's like, if the world's going to be all chaotic and destroyed, they're going to blame it on us, you know, whoever. I'm not saying you and I will get involved in that, but they want everybody else to be the blame, you know, oh, you guys are all fighting and all that kind of stuff. So that's what I'm a bit sensitive to, you know, for people to be safe, you know, don't do that unless you know what you're doing, kind of thing. So, yeah.
I mean, he has painted, you know, a target on his back, literally. Everyone hates him. That is of, you know, because we talk about the left-hand side, and most people on the left-hand side would hate Nick Fuentes. Yeah. In my estimation, because he's against, you know, if you're against the thing, if you're against the mask, I mean, he goes on his show and you look, he's white. Okay. He has a little bit of Hispanic blood or whatever, but he's white. Okay. And he's out there on his show ripping up a mask. Okay. And saying, never wear that thing. Okay. Ever.
Excellent.
Okay. And I think that's excellent. Yeah. I mean, he's doing that. Okay. And those people would say, oh, he's an Edomite or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
And okay, obviously he's defending his people, his race or whatever, because but you gotta do, I mean, what you're gonna do, you're gonna say, yeah, I mean, we should, you know, go. He's pushing against that narrative, and I don't see anyone pushing against it, you know. But I don't think that's the point.
Flat earthers, dude. Only the flat earthers seem to really have a problem. So that's kind of strange. So
no, but the thing is, if he admitted flat earth, I think he, with his platform, would be the most you know, truth oriented thing on like planet earth.
Yeah.
If you I mean, I wouldn't recommend, because it's kind of, you know, a lot of jokes, trolling, and you know, for young people, you know, like to be entertaining and all that. But if you watched it and the things that he says, it's a lot of truth. And if he like embraced flat earth, and flat earth boxer has been trying to make him embrace that, I mean, that would be game over. Literally.
That's cool.
I think that if that guy embraced that and he started teaching that, it would be like game. I mean, even if he's a Catholic, he criticizes. Okay, he's a Catholic, but he criticizes the Pope. Okay, he says that it's evil what's being done, and you know, I mean, I was a Catholic. Okay, like nominally, for my whole life mostly, and I still kind of say to some people, oh, I'm a Catholic, because, you know, I don't like this thing about going back and forth to some denomination. Oh, I'm converted to this one, because every form of organized Christianity is like evil nowadays. It's like,
I mean, if people don't see that now, they'll never see it. I mean, I don't know what to say. Yeah. And
I mean, I you know, been helped a little bit by the church. Kind of. I think I left a comment about that some time ago. I don't know if you read it, but it was one of those long comments talking about how I, you know, came about. And
sometimes those long ones just get deleted, as you know. So just know that, you know, maybe split them up. That might be a way to do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but this one in particular, I think it might still be, but it's an old one. But the thing is, I left one and I was trying to explain more or less how I, you know, you're talking about being sealed and all that. I don't know if I'm sealed, you know, like 100%, but if that happened to me, I wrote in that comment that it would have happened in like December of 2020.
I think I remember that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, maybe maybe you read that. So that would have happened then, because that was the day when I like started to, you know, spiritually avoid sin. Like before, I would do it for like material reasons, you know, mostly. And then I started, no, I'm gonna do it because God tells me. Okay.
That's
and
cool.
I felt the presence of God that day. Like I was in the restroom and I just started crying, and I really felt his presence, you know. I really did feel his presence there. He didn't, you know, tell me anything, but I felt compelled to go to church. I think I wrote that to you, and I felt compelled to go to church, and I did.
Hmm.
And I went. Of course, I hated a part of partly because of the masks, right? You have to wear it, and I did because God kind of like urged me to go there, and that was the one time I went for a mass, okay, and I received the Eucharist and all that.
Yeah.
Then I came back, okay, and I came back feeling bad because I had to wear that mask because my experience was kind of ruined.
Mm-hmm.
And I went back home, and the first thing I thought, oh, I shouldn't have received the Eucharist. Why? Because I hadn't confessed my sins, in Catholic. And then one thing led to another, right? So I kept, the whole month trying to, of January, trying to get a priest to hear my sins, right? Confession and all that. And it was very difficult because of this thing. And he said, oh, I only, hear confession now in urgent cases. And I said, is not any sin an urgent case? Right? And the guy, well, yeah, all right, okay. And then he accepted. Right? And then we scheduled a date for February, and I went there.
Yeah.
And I had to wear the mask and all that. I didn't want to, but I did because I felt like that I needed to do that. And I felt humbled like that because, when you're doing something that you really don't want to do, and I knew that it was horrible and all that because, when you do something you really don't want to do with someone that seems like the priest, right? He seemed like he didn't have a clue. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
And you feel humbled by that, confessing your sins to someone like that. And I did confess all the sins that were in my mind that were literally hurting me inside, and that was a good good thing. I said everything, and I said the instances and all of that, and from that moment forward, after I left there, and he didn't even want to shake my hand. He wanted to do that, knuckle bump, and yeah. And then when I was leaving, he didn't even want to touch me. Like he wanted to do the elbow one. Okay.
And that's Masonic. We sort of know that, but yeah, I get it.
Yeah, it's horrible. And he really wanted to do that because I extended my knuckle. And then, oh no, let's do it with the elbow. So that was like very, somewhat bad experience, but at the same time, it set my soul at ease because I did my part. I did what I felt that God urged me to do, and that was the last time I ever went to church. Actually, that day I went there.
I haven't gone in many, many years. I would.
Yeah, because I mean the guys are wearing masks, okay, and that whole string of events led me to, oh, I'm going to spiritually obey God because of God's word, and spiritually, and it's not going to be because of some material thing or to appear righteous to someone. I'm going to do it because of Him first, and secondly, I gave up on the idea that the church can save me or anything because the experience was so ridiculous. But that's why I think God wanted me to go there, just to see how, because in the back of my mind before that day, I was thinking, oh, I need to go to church. Oh, like that was the way, right?
I think we learned a lot of things in life, not to cut off that story because it's great, but I think we learned almost everything by contrast, right? To not do it or to go into a place where we feel uncomfortable and then we leave, right? Is that what you're getting at? Maybe the purpose of that?
Okay, so say that again. I didn't...
Like to learn by contrast, where you go into a place that you don't feel comfortable and then maybe to not go there again.
Yeah. I mean, mostly it was that, but at the same time, I also felt that humility, right? That I didn't really have that much in my life, because when you see someone like lording over you, that doesn't have a clue. Literally. I mean, the guys were.
Dude, we have no reason to worship anybody because they're all mask wearing fruitcakes. So that's amazing. Yeah,
because that made me, that humbled me. That's the whole situation. when I felt humble, I thought, whoa, that's how it feels to feel really humble. Really, that's humility. Okay, I bowed my head, to that, for that priest to, like lord over me and say, oh, say your sins and say your so, and guide me. And I mean, he was cool enough. He was like, he wasn't like mean or anything, just average. But I mean, the guy doesn't have a clue. I mean, he was wearing a mask and everything.
How
It's
can
horrible.
religious people say they trust God when they're doing this kind of thing? So, dude,
Yeah, I mean,
TQ, sorry to cut the
horrible.
short, man, but I just, it's kind of, I'm just like getting old. I don't like it's so bad, but I don't, my time zone, this is like my bedtime. But
Okay, or not? That's
I really enjoyed this, man. If I go live again, obviously no questions asked, you can join. So enjoyed it.
okay. Okay. Okay, have a good night. I'm also going to go to sleep now.
Okay. Thanks for
Okay.
joining though, man. Like, love to hear more about your testimony, and then I'm sure things are going to heat up. So I'll try and still do these once in a while just to catch up with people.
Yeah. When you do it, I'll definitely hop in. Okay.
Okay. All right, man. Take care.
All right.
Have a good night.
Bye bye. Ciao. Bye bye.
Yeah. So yeah, thanks again for the people that joined, and then joined the Sicarii debate. So, I'm going to leave people on Revelation 18:4. This is my quote unquote motto for my channel, Revelation 18:4. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, that ye not receive of her plagues. And those plagues are the wrath of God in Revelation 16. And so that's for God's elect. All the people that avoid that, they did what that verse said. Okay. So I would highly recommend doing that. And then I need to do that too. So that's the group that I want to sort of attract, so to speak, if that's even the right word here. And, that's where we're at. I think it's amazing time because we don't really have that much to lose, but potentially so much to gain. So thanks again, man. Shout out Creation Bear. They gave you a hard time in the chat, dude. Thanks for showing up, and good seeing everybody and talking. So have a good night. Take care. Bye.